Welcome to the Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod the Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMails24, Unimento, M, Iron26, Eric Troche, Endless, Golden McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Plain Poem, Canna Bear, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
And Bev come in succession. Like you got a few days of Bev, and then it's almost like, all right, they're tender. They're tender. Come on in, Del.
Tag team.
Mic check. Morning.
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 So you got the Delites and the Bevites.
I guess we got the Nathanites too. Think about it.
No, that would be called the Realites.
Or the Truthites.
I like that. Not a conspiracy theorist. Pattern recognitionist.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Conspiracy factist.
Yeah. Just noticing stuffer.
You get to see Dune yet, Righteous?
No.
Darn it.
I almost forgot about it. I think I might watch it maybe today. Today
Cool.
seems like a free day. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I'll get into it for a minute. I bought the first one because I really like the original, but and I like the Sci-Fi Channel remake too. But I did buy that first one. I didn't watch it yet though because I wanted to wait for the second one because I don't like the idea of having a to be continued in a movie. That's not cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel that. That sci-fi series one is actually really good. It's better than you'd think.
Yeah, when I watched I didn't see the original Dune. I seen the recent one before the sequel that just came out. And at first I was like, oh, it's so slow. It starts so slow, and it's like, I couldn't finish watching it. But I came back to it and I continued from where I left off. And then by the end of it, I was in. I'm like, oh yeah, this was a great movie. I want to watch the sequel. And it was just
Dope.
recently I finished watching the first one. Go on.
No, I was just saying, yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, cool. I'm glad you liked it.
Yeah.
And you never seen the 1984 one, you said?
No, I scrubbed through it because I think it's also on Netflix or some other whatever thing. And I scrubbed
That's the
through
one
it
with
and
Sting,
I'm
right?
like, what's that, Neil?
1984 one. That's the one with Sting, right?
Yep.
Maybe.
Yeah, that movie.
But I
Yeah.
only scrubbed through the very beginning,
Did the
that part.
book no justice.
I cut you off, Steve. What no justice?
That stupid
Oh, it doesn't
movie
do it
from
justice?
1984.
Yeah. That movie is a trip, I'll tell you what. Like,
It's better than the new one, you say?
no, it's not better. That it's just trippy.
I've never seen the original one. I saw the director's cut, but or maybe I saw the other. I don't know. There's one with a different soundtrack that I was read about, and I was wanting to kind of watch it, but I didn't watch it. It's got like a soundtrack by Tangerine Dream or something like that, and I just never watched it.
I think Toto did the original soundtrack.
Really,
Yeah.
that's interesting.
Got Sting running around. I will kill him. Yeah,
Yeah.
stupidest movie
That's a
I've
cool
ever seen.
knife fight they have in that too.
You know what had a really cool knife fight was Eastern Promises. I don't know if anybody's seen that. I know it's a tangent, but they're in a
I haven't
sauna,
s- I haven't seen that in a
and
minute.
it's a great movie. They're in a sauna, and they're just these Russian gangsters, and they're just like, okay, let's stab each other naked in a sauna for like 5 minutes with no sound, no music behind it or anything. It's it that I remember being in the movie theater. I went to that was one of the movies that I went to by myself. I've done that a lot, and and I just remember being like, that is freaking awesome.
Bunch of naked dudes though. That doesn't sound.
Hey, man, naked dudes with knives, we can get behind this idea. You know what? That sounds like Gladiator to me.
Were you entertained? Just kidding.
I was. I was entertained that whole freaking movie, man. Vincent Castle in that movie, that was a good movie. Yeah.
Eastern Promise. Oh yeah, Aragorn's in that movie.
Yep. Yeah. And then Naomi Watts, if I remember, she's in it too.
Now, does she get naked though?
Not in this one. Not in
Darn
this
it.
one.
Ugh.
Yeah, I think you gotta go to like Mulholland Drive or something for that one.
Mm.
I don't suggest Mulholland Drive. People like that movie. I'm not a big fan of David Lynch. I mean, I know he made Dune, which is circular, but uh, I just they're just very weird movies to me. I just never really got into them like I should have, like I wanted to. Even Twin Peaks, I don't care.
Yeah, I never got into his other stuff either. I only watched Dune because I like Dune, but
Yeah. We're just taking the morning of FED to make it a little geeky over here. What are you guys doing?
Nobody agreed with you that we're being geeky. That's why you got a silence.
That's okay. That's okay. Good movies are good movies. I like movies.
Yeah, but that original Dune wasn't a good movie.
it's got its good moments.
I mean, maybe it just hit me as a kid. You know what I mean? Like maybe it's just one that you grow up with. I can't. Like I watch Pippi Longstocking now with my daughter, and I'm like, this is a crap movie, but I totally remember loving it as a kid.
It was a flop in the box office, just like Waterworld was. Big
I
freaking
like
build-up.
Waterworld too.
The Dune movie, the book that was finally going to become a movie that every single dope fiend in the world read, and it turned out to be a bomb. Very disappointing.
I hear you.
And then some, like a lot of times people say, oh, it's not as good as the book. Well, I'll give you a different scenario. The movie The Godfather was way better than the book.
Oh man, I love the book. I love the movie, but I love the book.
Yeah,
I've
the
read
book is
that
good, but it wasn't as
that
good as the
probably
movie.
is probably the second or third most book I've read in my life.
The
Times,
only
you
thing
know
the
what I
book
mean?
does, the only thing the book does in The Godfather, like every other book, it takes you into every character. You learn about Luca Brasi, you learn about all these things. But as far as maybe because I seen the movie first, but there's certain
Yeah.
things you're reading and you're remembering the scenes, and he's like, oh wow, the book sucks here.
I actually read the book first. I read the book when I was like 13. I didn't watch the movie till I was 17. I remember I watched it and I was like, I watched the whole trilogy. Like I sat down and watched that whole trilogy. And I remember getting to
What
the end of the
trilogy?
third one being like, that was the most overrated crap, right? Anyway, I walk away and maybe a week or two later I walk back and I'll put it in again, the first one, and I'm like, this is the greatest film ever made, isn't it? Like, it took 2 tries, but, yeah, I I'm The Godfather is one of the best movies ever made, it's true.
I don't see how it was a trilogy. I only go by 1 and 2, and Andy Garcia in 3.
Yeah, did you see the recut they just made of number 3?
Yeah, there's only one scene I
Yeah,
like in there. That's with the red robe
it was a
when
little
he
bit
comes
better.
out. The red robe scene. Google it. When he's got what's her name, Bridget Fonda,
Yeah.
and guys come in the room and they're trying to kill him, and he sends her out to get water.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a classic scene, man. He actually
I
really hit
honestly,
the guy.
yeah. When I first saw the trilogy, like my initial reaction was like the third one was my favorite one to watch. Like just because it was just a little bit, it was more modern. I'm just a little ageist maybe. But that quickly changed. That quickly changed. It was like whoa. Like all it took was that second viewing to make me understand that like that the at first I was just letting it happen. And then the second time, maybe it was just that I understood what was happening. All right, that's a lot of time on The Godfather. I love The Godfather. Watch The Godfather if you haven't.
Two shows yesterday just flowed into each other, didn't they? It's like a little extravaganza.
It was a good day yesterday, marathon day. I like those days myself. I know that like I'm not you, so I don't. I'm not, it's not a job for me, but I like those days for myself.
Cool. I mean, yeah, it's me testing a new graphics card download, like new drivers, and I'm always a little bit apprehensive still. The computer's been very reliable. I just want to test it, so I just sat and play games while shows went on around me, which is quite handy on a Tuesday.
Maybe.
I'm glad you did. I couldn't get Discord to work.
Yeah, a couple of people said that. So yeah, it was quite handy that you could still join in on QE show via this show.
So, what's the conclusion we came to?
What?
It's flat.
If we can get
We'll watch
high
Dune
enough,
2.
the stars will obey our geometry.
I actually had a couple of questions about that. Uh, Simply because I'm being asked questions about that, by Bev and the like. You don't want to. I'm not trying to put spotlight on him or anything like that, but he did make some questions that I was like, I don't know how to answer that exactly. Like he would ask, "Are the What did he say? Let me put it on. The triangle's geometric. And
See, these people
in
right out
my
there.
head, hold on, let me explain my part first. In my head, the bottom of that triangle definitely is geometric, but we're not looking for necessarily the geometry. We're just looking for an angle, and that's what I would
Well, let
say.
me see if I can imagine.
I understand. I got
You're
you
talking
too.
about your child,
Okay.
right? Your child is made up of you and your wife, but your child is not you or your wife. It's kind of the same thing with celestial navigation. It uses aspects of both, but is neither perspective and geometry.
All right, I follow.
I really don't know why. I don't know why people are resisting this so much. I really don't. Makes me scratch my head and wonder, what are you doing here?
Maybe it just speeds things up too much. I mean, like maybe they maybe because it's pretty damning. I mean, anyway,
Yeah.
maybe they're just trying to do the defensive shuffle. Maybe they're just trying to retract and take a few minutes to plan out their next move. And
But
I
that's
say
the
that
thing. Hold
like
on.
this.
That's the thing.
And
There is no next move. It ends it.
yeah,
And I'm getting so frustrated with people calling it a freaking argument. Not an argument. It's just that, like Nathan said a million times, it's a fact of celestial navigation. I don't
they're
understand.
not dealing. They're not arguing with us. They're arguing with like reality and the world and how things work, and they just refuse to, like I say, separate the fiction from the science. But
Shouldn't we all be getting warmed up for the live show? You chatty bunch.
Yeah, we're warmed up.
Yeah, you seem warmed up, yeah.
Well, I missed a large portion of that show last night because I had to do that stupid 4-hour course for the ticket I got. The safety thing. So I had to shut the phone off. So I don't know what happened on your, because you kept running on your show, right, Nathan?
Uh-huh.
And Lumpy was in there for a long time because I had it on very, very low, but I couldn't really hear it. So what was he even asking?
You'd have to ask
Yeah, let me get into it. Let me get into that, Neil. If the heights don't matter, why not go to hell with the measurement? Right? And I'm not saying the heights do not matter. That's a fact. But if we're going to give them that, right, and it is a true statement, then it is the curve path. And then equating that to a protractor, right? I've heard this. We're not on. That's not the side of the protractor we're on, right? So if
What?
the heights don't matter, and they don't,
If the height don't matter,
wait, right? It has to do with the fact Earth is actually curving, and that's how you would get under the light. So if you do bring it to hell, you would have to turn that equatorial plane and offset it by the negated angle.
So still a plane, not a curve. Still a
No,
plane, not
two
a curve.
planes, two planes,
No,
two planes,
you're
two
wrong.
planes, John. John, no, I'm not
Fine.
wrong. Okay, then bring.
So
Why
not a
not
curve.
bring it to hell?
Not
The
a curve.
the
Then.
height doesn't matter. Okay, then
Not
fine.
a
You're giving them
curve.
the ball.
You're
You're
still
giving
using
them
a
the
plane.
ball. Yep, you have one plane then, John. Not the next spot on Earth. You didn't follow. You didn't have to get under that light from the position you stood. That's not a consideration. We're gonna say that doesn't matter, but rather the plane matters. Not the fact that you would have two planes and you would have a compound angle. That's not even on the table for consideration. Right?
No,
No. Oh, John,
you're
then why
missing
not
it.
go to hell? No, I'm not. Absolutely not
Can a
missing this.
plane, can a horizontal plane be out of phase with itself?
If you've
If
changed,
not, then you
oh
are
my God,
wrong in the way you're conceptualizing it.
I'm not. I'm not wrong. How, if you're going to allow them to say that you can draw parallel lines infinite, right, and then that the height doesn't matter, right? Why not bring the angle to hell? There's a reason, because you'll have two planes. You'd have to change that axis. Like
You
if I'm on the
still can't get
equator,
an
the
angle
plane
on
is.
a curved surface. Are you kidding me? You're not
That's
listening.
the
You still
reason you
can't
can't.
get an angle on a
Well,
curved
then you're.
surface. I don't care if the lines are
No, that's
parallel.
the
It does
reason
not
you
matter.
can't. You're putting the protractor edge at the top, the 180. I've heard that. We're not. The protractor bottom is the flat spot, not the top of it. So try to compare the two.
Right. Where you're taking the measurement from is the flat spot. Yes. Do you get it
well, you don't have
now?
any
So
flat
it's
spot.
not curving
John, don't
or
yell
it's
at
not
me.
an
I
angle.
don't need this.
Then you can't even talk
Yeah, you would
about
have a
parallel lines to
compound.
make it an angle because it's not an
Well, then why are
angle.
you giving them a
Why
parallel?
are you
Why
not
are
getting
you giving
that?
them a parallel on Earth when you're not at the top of the protractor? We're not measuring from the top of the protractor. That would be nonsensical. But to say that because the protractor has the 180 degrees, you would have to, God, you'd have to move. If it, let's say we're on the equator, it's tilted, stupid retardation. If you move from the 0 point on that protractor and along that, you'd have to account for another reference. You'd have another
You
reference.
are using their rhetoric, which still utilizes a flat plane, not a curving surface. Do you recognize that?
How do you get directly under the light on a sphere?
You are
You
using
would
their rhetoric,
no, you're
which
allowing
utilizes a
them
flat plane, not a
Jedi mind
sphere.
trick
Do you
because
understand
you
that?
say
Do
infinite.
you understand
No, you.
what I just said? Yes or no? It was a closed question.
I
Do you
don't think. I don't
understand that
agree with
their
it.
rhetoric is still using a flat plane? You're just talking right through me.
Yeah,
No, I'm
Lumpy, you
saying I
make it
don't
hard to
agree
have a
with you.
conversation. Hold on. Lumpy, you make it very hard to have a conversation. Even last night I'm trying to listen because you just keep talking. Just wait, one at a time.
Okay, I understand. I disagree. John, please.
It's not agree,
I
disagree.
understand.
The rhetoric is still using a flat plane. It's not agree, disagree. Their rhetoric is still using a flat plane,
Open it.
not a curving surface.
I don't want. Okay, okay. They're comparing the surface to a plane that isn't on the surface, and if it were on the surface, you'd have to draw a line between them 2 points, and now you have two angles, right? If you
Define
take it to
measurement,
hell.
define measurement, and then define measurement, and then define elevation angle, and see if that makes sense to you. Define those two things.
They're not analogous. That's not. Well, the measurement is the angle.
Yes, an
right?
elevation
But
angle
you
is a
have an angle.
measurement. Define measurement
Yes.
first. An elevation angle is a measurement. Define elevation angle first. Well, define measurement first and then elevation angle and see if it makes sense to you. Think about what you're saying. Don't just repeat things as if it's a valid point.
They're not synonymous. We're not doing actual dimensions. Just they're not synonymous. To define the two and then try to bring them into reality
You're not taking a measurement
when
with
they're
an
not.
elevation angle? An
It's
elevation
not a
angle is not a
classical
measurement
measurement.
now.
It's not a measurement in the classical sense of actual locations that be put on a grid and worked out. There's a distinction between an elevation angle measurement and hard known dimensions. So there's the distinction. They're not synonymous. It's a false comparison
Yeah,
to bring them together.
you're wrong. You can use an
No, I'm not.
elevation angle to get the height of a lighthouse. You are wrong. Rethink
Oh,
what you
well
are
then.
saying. You are wrong. Yeah, you're
Okay, so
wrong.
okay, I already
Absolutely
knew that.
wrong.
You're wrong to say that that's what I meant. And by the way, when I said that in the classical sense, I don't
Okay,
have
so an elevation
actual
Hold on,
angle
John.
is a
locations.
measurement
Hold on,
now
John.
to you?
John, hold on.
You just
Hold on, John.
flip-flopped.
Go ahead, Lumpy.
No, I didn't. You made me, and you said nah when I said I understood why it's not actual hard locations. John, why? John, I don't trust you. I don't. I'm just going to go
Can we
there
not
with
take
it
it to
because
this
you
place?
really.
Hello?
You're a moron.
Okay.
Stop
What
it.
the problem is.
No,
Hello
I'm
to you.
not.
Hello?
You didn't
Hello?
agree
Hello?
when I-
Stop. Let's not take it to that place. Look, if there's some confusion about what's going on, we'll thrash it out, as long as we're not talking through each other. But this whole I don't trust you,
Kiwis.
no
Okay,
need.
I don't. He
Who cares?
literally just.
It's not about trust.
Okay.
You need to trust him.
Well, he's trying to say I don't know what measurement defines as, and he's trying to say that there's an analogy between the two, and they're not. They're
You're
not
saying-
analogous.
Okay, but from what I'm hearing, you're
I
saying...
didn't say they were analogous, you dumbass. You're a dumbass.
Hold on, John. No, you're talking about an elevation angle measurement and saying it's not a measurement. That's what I'm hearing.
No, I didn't. No, he's getting me to define measurement as known value placements. Now, the angle measurement, Z, is an unknown.
No, that's not a measurement. Shut up. You don't know what a measurement is. Quit talking.
I live
A
by
measurement
measurement.
is a conceptual
I make
unit
my
applied to
living
an
by
aspect of
measurements.
reality called the reference. If you don't know that, quit talking. You don't have a place to speak if you don't know what a measurement is.
It's an angle measurement. I said that. And it is. However, it wouldn't define
You define measurement wrong.
God. I live by measurements, Sean. I'm not wrong.
Yeah, you did.
And I did say
You addressed the conceptual unit. You did not. You addressed the conceptual unit. You never addressed the reference. You don't know what a measurement is.
Oh God. I mean, I only went on what a reference is, but you can't have a reference that's analogous to the surface if you're going to bring it to hell. Now you have multiple references. The point of measurement origin and the ground position of the star are each a reference at that point.
No,
That's been my whole
hold on.
problem.
Stop, Lumpy. That's just one reference. So you're talking about the equatorial plane. You don't take anything to the centre if you're measuring off the plane. You've got to reference back the globe bit. You've got to reference back the globe bit. You've got to reference back the globe bit to the flat plane that's actually being measured.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely correct.
Right, so you're not
taking it to,
so you're not taking it to hell.
I know.
It's
and that's why we can't.
This is a really difficult conversation if every second word you're talking through me, Lumpy.
All right. Then yeah, I agree. And I know what a reference is. However, if we're going to give them that you would end up at the same angle if you brought it to hell, you would have the multiple reference problem, therefore compound angle.
You just done it again. So no, you're not taking anything to hell. When you reference it to hell, the globe becomes the protractor. You're already dealing with and measuring a flat plane. You're saying taking it to hell. No, it's already starting on the equatorial plane for you to have an angle measurement in the first instance. There's no second plane.
That's why I even got involved. I'm saying you couldn't. And to say that it could is inaccurate, wrong, not something we should do.
What are you talking about? What couldn't?
Talk about what Ruhif. Yesterday we were saying, it was said that Ruhif has said that to ever Listen, I know it can't be done from hell. People are trying to say that it can be done from hell.
No,
Otherwise, I would
let's
just say
try
a
once
word.
more.
Lumpy, hold on.
Stop.
You said that
Neil,
as soon
stop.
as you came in today.
Neil, can you hear me? Having a conversation with him. Thanks. No, you keep saying that people say it can be done from hell. No, you're doing it on a flat plane, and when you describe the protractor that you're measuring through on that flat plane as the globe, then and only then, you haven't moved, you're still on the same plane, then you can describe it as being an angle from hell. But it's already been taken from a flat plane.
And your reference must be an aspect of reality. That is the plane you are standing upon, not a plane that you can't reference.
Well, that's been my complaint. Is when somebody says that Ruhef has shown us that this could be done from the equatorial plane in hell, that, and my statement is, well, then you'll have multiple references. You have to refer to where the measurement origin is, to where the ground position is, and that's not analogous to making a plane from hell, because they aren't on the same plane.
It is a plane from hell. It's just
How?
they just can't put it onto the surface. The surface is then, for them, the protractor.
That's the problem I have, is you can't. You have two references. You have the ground position and then the measurement origin.
Yeah,
now
so
there's
okay.
a reference, a planar reference at the ground
I heard
position.
the first time. Yeah. For them, that's a problem, because you're not measuring from their, what they call the surface, which is the top of the protractor. No, you can't measure from there. And you automatically are measuring, as you've described, from the equatorial plane. So what does this prove? We're measuring from a flat plane. Regardless of whether you can wrap that protractor around you and describe the view as it proceeds into the distance along the parallel plane that is the sky, and then say that the protractor is the globe, you're then saying, yeah, but then you can't put it on the top of the protractor to have that be the surface. No, you can't. But it already starts on the equatorial plane for them in hell. So when you say, well, it can't work in hell because then you've got multiple planes, no, it's just you're not working at the surface of the globe. You're working inside hell, but you're not. You're working on the surface and measuring from the surface. We're not in hell.
Yeah, I know,
I thought
but
we all know that.
Hold on. When it's phrased, there was a spot. I'd almost have to replay what you said that I disagree with, and that would be that you could make the plane from hell, and it would be not contradictory to measuring from the surface. And the reason I
Surface
say
of the ball.
is you would have multiple planes.
Yeah, if
you would have a
measured then from the
reference at the
surface.
ground position.
Yes, if you then measured from the surface of the ball, which is actually the protractor. So you start on a plane, and you're in the middle of the plane. Then you draw a semicircle over your head. That's what we've done so far. Okay? Then we're going to look at a star, and we're going to look through the semicircle we've drawn. Okay, that's what we've done so far. That's what we'll factually do. Now imagine that the semicircle you imagined around your head is the globe. That's what they've done. Okay. Now at that point, you've already measured the angle, and now you're just describing a semicircle that's around your head as the globe surface. It isn't, and it's not where you got the angle. Now, at that point, because you've got an extra surface that's curving above your head that was formerly a protractor / semicircle, doesn't mean that you've transposed anything from that globe surface to hell. You started on a plane and then imagined a globe wrapped round you, and then you go on to describe you being in hell in the middle of the globe that you imagined around you when you measured the flat surface. So there's no extra plane. It just doesn't work on the globe surface and never gets measured from the globe surface because you can't get an angle from a globe surface. So you start on a plane, put a semicircle around you, voila. For them, that's it. Job's a good one.
Okay, okay. Now, I think I understand better what you had said. And yeah, okay. Oh, God. Yeah, you're right. I've been, how do you say it? I've been thinking people are trying to say that you could make a plane in hell and then you God, their official claim is that it's a dome shape over us, and that you've said that that dome shape isn't what we're referencing. And so if you've seen light from half the Earth, it would be 180. We're not ever looking at it like that, right? We don't actually measure like that, right? Because it's only a 90, right? You can only measure to the zenith. And that would bring that comparison of 180 into a fallacy at that point. Because, God, listen, I know what, I finally get it. The problem I had is that you couldn't reference from the center of Earth because you wouldn't have parallel
because you're not in the
direct
center
up
of it.
to this.
Making it too complicated.
No, well, no.
You can't reference
No,
from
because
the
the star.
you can't make reference from the
No,
center
no.
of Earth because you're not in the center of Earth. So when we measure
Yes.
from a plane and they say we're measuring from the center of Earth, we're not. That's it.
Yeah, and the lights in the sky aren't dome shaped either.
No, you've got a parallel plane.
know.
Parallel plane.
I know.
That's it.
And I understand that. I apologize. It's just I thought that I was hearing people say that it would work either way from a plane reference, and I've been trying to say no. There's multiple planes. If Earth were actually curving, that argument that you addressed just now succinctly and accurately, that they would be saying they're at the sky and they're measuring because the drop happened in view, that is synonymous with following the top of the protractor. And I just thought I thought I was trying to correct an error. We're not on the top of the protractor. Nothing's in, and even if you thought the sky was the top of the protractor, that again is another breaking of geometry. Yeah, the measurement origin has to be from Earth, and if it were curving, we would have compound angles. And I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm not trying to make it difficult. However, we entirely agree, and I've been misunderstanding when you say the top of the protractor. I thought somehow that was a correction for being able to take it from hell, and how the following the curve path has been. I've been trying to say we can't. Why couldn't we say it like that? Because that would create multiple angles from the original reference, which would be the flat plane on Earth, which is what is real, and it couldn't happen from hell on account of multiple references. Oh no, I just thought that people were saying it could happen from the center. Which people did say that you could end up with this, infinite parallels. And that's accurate. If you negate having how you got directly under the star, you would be at the top of the protractor. And Nathan, you get it. I understand. I finally heard it the way I got confused. I thought people were saying, well, you could. Ruhif was right in regard to if you measured from the equator, that it could give us a right answer. Okay, now it's time for the show. I apologize. I'm not trying to be difficult. I misunderstood, I think, but it couldn't happen from hell either way. You have multiple planes to reference.
But you got to remember in all this, what keeps you grounded is you're discussing the calculations after the measurement. The measurement is what keeps you grounded in what you know. If the calculation contradicts the measurement, you have taken a fallacious path.
I didn't even get into the
measurement coming from, John? The ground, right?
Yeah, not hell. Yeah.
Well, it's physical.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. You wanted a warm up, you got one.
Yeah, well,
I was going to say the same thing. The extra warm up, boy, you got us heated.
over the last couple of years, since 10th was going through celestial navigation, maybe 3 years, there's been various different diagrams that I've tried to bosh together to try and describe the concept that Lumpy was asking about. So in my mind, I can visually describe it without having any of those diagrams, having made them. So the diagram that I'm picturing is a little stick man standing on a flat plane, measuring an angle to a sky that's above him and parallel with him. Now, when you draw the line through his position to the sky, that forms an angle with the ground, right? Well, if you draw a protractor around that position, obviously the angle that you're measuring, the star in the parallel sky that's above this guy, this stick man on a flat plane, his angle will pass through the protractor. Now, if you imagine that that protractor's actually a globe, and you're in hell, then this works on the equatorial plane in hell. And obviously, they would say that we're doing it on the globe surface that is actually the protractor. And because all light runs parallel and it's so far away, you might as well treat it as though it's inside the globe when they pretend to measure angles that you can't get from curves. So that is the full summary of how a measurement of a flat plane to an angle of a star that can only take place if you have a parallel sky with a flat Earth is then described with a protractor being the globe. Now, the measurement must and does and will require the flat plane that is described inside the globe at that point. That's called the equatorial plane. And the dome of the sky is another representation of the angles that you would look through if you put a second protractor through the positions that line up with the sky. But ultimately, to have this protractor-based system where you're drawing angles to the stars in the sky off a flat plane, you must have a parallel sky and a parallel flat plane. That's how this works with the stars when you measure angles to them. Now, those facts are slightly convoluted when you get to the fact that the angle doesn't change as you raise in elevation, which is, not to put too fine a point on it, bizarre. It's weird. It doesn't behave like other things that we would measure, like a skyscraper. If you're far away from it, you measure an angle like it's a star. There's a little blinking light on the top of it, and you measure it as though it's a star because it happens to be in the sky, like the stars are. But as you raise in elevation to the skyscraper, the angle decreases. The angle lessens until you get to zero when you're parallel with it. Now, that is not how the stars behave. You raise in altitude and the angle remains the same, meaning that you can have parallel lines to reference in the air with things like bubble sextants and still get the same angle to the star, and it'll match in the almanac with the ground position at a certain time. So if this does lead to confusion when you've got a globe belief, because somehow you've got to insert a globe into that rhetoric. Well, if you can back engineer the elevation angle measurements to Polaris with a Polaris-centric system, then you can wrap those areas of equal elevation, that would be declination points of the star Polaris, to the horizon as you back away from it. Those circles that you draw off the flat plane with the angles that you've measured can then get wrapped around a ball. Now, that means that when you take the measurements in the equatorial plane in hell, they do back engineer onto the globe as positions that you rotate. So when a globe describes 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles, they're rotating a protractor, not measuring an angle from a surface. Who's making that bloody noise? The noob. Did you want to add something? Sorry, I shouldn't get so stroppy. Did you want to add something, the noob? Okay, Pink Panther.
Sorry,
That's okay. The Pink Panther on screen now is what you try to acquire these angles I've just described with declining measurements towards the horizon as you back away from Polaris. You can't get angle measurements from a curved surface, and the globe itself will take place on the equatorial plane because that's what they've back engineered the globe as a protractor that you're not actually standing on to work as the protractor. The angles as they decrease as you move along a flat plane are representative of a turning protractor that they call the globe. Well, of course, as we move over the curved surface, we get 1 degree of the turn of the spherical surface that is actually now a protractor that you're standing on. We're not. But that's how this back engineers into an actual reality that we can measure with a flat plane beneath our feet, and that is how we do measure Earth. That was a good little ramble off the back of 4 hours of discussion with lumpy gas in a vacuum yesterday.
Well, I would point out to anybody that's argued this subject to go back and listen to any argument that they've had where their opponent has made a positive claim, and it will always involve an elevation angle to the stars, without doubt or exception.
I got any of my mods in the divergence there. I can't remember who it was that sent it me. Somebody sent me a link to Dave McKeegan with enough information in the thumbnail for me to know it's a video worth covering, because his statement from the thumbnail, from what I glean about the video, is that he's saying the equatorial mount can't work on a flat Earth. This is going to be another Triangles McKeegan moment, because they can only work on a flat Earth, but it'd be interesting to see how he describes it, because I'm sure there'll be some flat Earth proofsies in there. So I couldn't seem to copy the link from whatever media platform that the person sent it to me on. I couldn't seem to get it into YouTube to be able to grab the link and stick it in Skype myself. But if someone can grab that Dave McKeegan video, I believe it's a recent video, we'll cover that today, obviously, and let Dave know that we're covering his video. Help him in the algorithm and all that stuff. I'll send you his way to let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 send me. Hopefully someone will stick that in Master B. In the meantime, we'll ask the most relevant and appropriate housekeeping question. Any evidence that you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline? On screen now is an elevation angle measurement.
Well, on screen now, I don't see a curve.
You can't have it be curved. You're talking about angle measurements. It is with respect to a flat baseline and a ground position. With respect to this star on screen, that's how it's measured. You have to have a flat Earth to measure this in the first place. That's how it works.
Then it's game over.
But now imagine that you wrap a protractor around this position. So if you say here's the GP of the star and it's relatively close to you, and then extending out beyond the frame of this picture, you've got the start of the protractor, and the protractor goes all the way around and down. Well, you can then suggest that a star that was up here with an angle going up like this is represented by its point on a protractor. Yeah? Then you can say that protractor's the globe Earth. That's how they've done it. That's how they've tricked us with actual measurements of a flat Earth that we deal with and dwell atop. That's how they've turned it into a spherical surface that we're not actually standing on, but still back calculates with angle measurements that always were and always will be flat Earth measurements, like the one on screen. But, as I was describing to Lumpy in the pre-show, for this to function, the sky and ground have to be parallel, and by whatever virtue of God's command, they are, regardless of your elevation when you measure them. That is, the angles to the stars remain the same at all altitudes.
But what if I could get higher? I mean, really, really, really high.
We do, and they stay the same angle.
Oh, dear.
But as I said earlier, that's not expected behaviour if you think the stars have got some physical attributes that are akin to the tangible physical items that we encounter in our day-to-day lives that we can go up and touch and measure and verify their height with angles and trig. Well, this isn't trig. When you're talking about celestial navigation, what you see on screen may be a triangle, but it isn't trig that you're performing for the reasons just disclaimed in terms of the behaviour of the star itself. You can't calculate the opposite.
And that's what everybody struggles with, right?
I don't know if people struggle with it. I didn't struggle with it. But perhaps people do. The way that the stars behave is what it is, and the fact that it has a very useful and practical application for navigation that is exploited by us and has been exploited by us to the point where we can exploit those facts and turn them into spherical protractors wrapped around us is amazing. It is the majesty of the heavens. Arguing about why it does that seems pointless to me. It's along the same lines of trying to figure out the cause of entropy, in my opinion. Why do the stars not change their elevation angle measurement with any elevation that you are at? Why doesn't the elevation angle change with elevation? It makes no sense. No, it doesn't. Nevertheless, you can be at 30,000 feet or at 0 feet and measure the same angle to that star. Why? I don't know. But you can still find the position below it on the ground with the almanac, because we know the pattern of the stars and where they'll be above. Very useful.
Question. In chat, Gary Wabanga, he is saying angles to the stars will change with elevation if you're using a marine sextant.
No, they
I
won't.
don't think that matters myself
No,
because
they won't.
level is level.
No, they won't change. That's incorrect. Saying the angle will
Okay,
change
you're
if you're using a
incorrect,
particular type
Gary.
of angle measuring tool. No, it won't.
Okay,
Flat out
thank
wrong.
you.
But I mean, if somebody wants to demonstrate that to me, then you feel free to violate the very solid principles of celestial navigation, because that's what they're arguing with when they defy a principle that's employed in this regard. Like, okay, well, you're just arguing with celestial navigation if you say that it isn't the case that they remain the same angle at all elevations. They do. The stars, that is. Go on, Neil.
It's so rock solid that I thought I heard Adam asking yesterday, is it natural law? I mean, because they do the same thing all the time, right?
Yeah. I mean, that principle that you're describing with the parallel plane of the sky and ground remaining the same at all elevations when measuring stars, that is something that occurs always. Ergo, Adam's intonation that it could be in some way described like it's a natural law. And you could go, yeah, I agree. That which occurs always is natural law. Does it always occur that the elevation angle measurement to a star remains the same regardless of your height above the ground? Yes. So could you therefore accurately describe that as a law of nature? The star's angle will remain the same at all altitudes. That's a statement of law when it comes to nature. Inviolable. Did Adam really speculate that? I do vaguely remember. I was probably losing at Fortnite at the time, so I wasn't paying too much attention.
Yeah, he did. And it is amazing when you think about it.
Amazing and useful, but stupid to argue with. So when you get people who contradict fundamental aspects of celestial navigation with us, it's just laughable. It's like, this isn't a up for debate subject. If you want to disagree with how celestial navigation is functionally operational, then you be my guest. But that seems silly. It's not a claim I'm making as a flat earther. Earth is just measured and navigated flat and dealt with flat, and that's how your globe comes to fruition. So to deny that is to deny how the globe has been functionally put into operation, if you want to claim that it is operational. It isn't. It's functionally flat, and then reified into existence by numpties who've taken orbital motion from people like Kepler and Huygens and said that means we're standing on a spherical surface, just so that we can have what the church's better ideas of how to track the motions of these stars by describing them with orbits. It's ludicrous. Notice John has vanished now. All the passion and gusto in the pre-show. Check it out if you're a member. There was a fairly heavy discussion between John and Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum, and indeed yesterday for the members, although I did release that to the public just before it finished.
Sean goes up a couple of octaves when he gets upset. It's funny.
Don't blame him. We've got people who don't understand it, no offence to you, Lumpy, that are in essence debating us about it. And you're like, okay, it's obvious that you lack a comprehension about what's being described. And from my perspective, when I'm listening to those arguments, John's frustration is born out of the fact that why are you challenging this if you don't fully understand it? So I can understand his frustration. But by the same token, it is complicated. It has taken me a significant amount of time to fully understand it. Nowhere near as complicated as Coriolis. It is easy enough for most people to understand with a little bit of description. And as time goes by, my poor diagrams that I use to describe the semicircle around your position, then described as a globe rather than a protractor or semicircle over your position that you've just got the angles from, that will become more and more refined so that people do understand how the flat Earth is a requirement. And the more that we discuss this, the more it becomes prevalent in my mind why we haven't been eradicated. Yeah? There are certain far extreme groups that can just be eradicated from YouTube. Same with medical disinformation. Just turn it off. If they breach this line, turn them off. And they can do that. Why aren't we in that position? Because as much as we bleat and moan about censorship, we're still available. You can still share this show. If you're watching right now, you can click on the share button and stick it in your friend's feed on Facebook. Suddenly they're exposed to Earth's measured flat. Well, why can't YouTube just score a line through us rather than under us? Well, the reason is simple. The globe religion is based on flat Earth. You can't just eradicate something that's a fundamental foundation of a globe idea that is part of a Western world religion. If it's fundamental to the foundations, you can't completely eradicate it. We will be here forever. We are beyond censorship. So when people ask me questions like, well, why don't they censor the celestial navigation people? Well, because in reality, it's the other way around. Why aren't they censoring us completely? Because they can't. Because the basis of the celestial navigation being described by the people who don't suffer any censorship when they're just talking about how they get angles from flat planes with stars for navigation, the basis of the globe religion, those flat angle measurements to Polaris specifically, why aren't they getting censored? Well, they can't be either, can they? They're just factually describing something like navigation, and so do we. So what needs to happen? Well, you need to steer the reality of a flat plane measurement into a feast of nonsense garbage spiel about ice walls and domes, so we can mock the people who say what is true when they're not really alluding to anything that's factually accurate in terms of measurements. Now, we've come under the most fire, or I personally, I'll correct that, have come under the most fire ever in 10 years over the statements that we're currently making about Earth being measured flat. Smash that share button if you haven't done so already. If you've got some passion about this, this should be the thing that instills the passion. And if you're watching from the sidelines going, wow, he's catching a lot of flack. Yeah, that's because we're really at the point where we're not disseminating anything that can be mocked. And when we come to contest it with mostly our own bloody side, I might add, it's because of a lack of comprehension of something that is very simple. We're just measuring a flat Earth. The angles that came from Polaris gave you your globe. And that might be lacking enough information for most people to wrap their head around if they've only just arrived here. But those are the facts of the matter. Hence, we are above censorship.
I would say that if anybody is struggling with it or don't understand, we were privy to 10th Man coming in the pre-show for about a year, leaking this information and teaching us this. Go back and watch some of them videos. They're really good.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, we still got them all, right?
Yeah, this show represents a timeline of our discovery through this subject matter. You know, there's a good chunk right in the middle, reflected on the panel right now, where we actually witness a transition, where it's like day one of being a flat earther. Here's how my mentality currently stacks up, and over time that's faded because John's become a flatty, and obviously he's not. You can't retain a non-flat mentality once you've recognised it. You can only remember and recall how your mentality was prior to a particular moment. But all of that got shared while it was fresh in John's memory, while we were going through the starting points of some of these arguments with 10th. But it just, like I say, the whole show, the thousands of them, represent a journey of discovery from flat earth garbage, feast of nonsense, controlled opposition rhetoric that we were fed when we arrived, through to us saying, that's just how Earth's measured. It's flat. For your globe faith to exist, that must be the case. Otherwise, we would have just been disappeared. But we can't be, and why? Now we know. Because it's a fundamental, foundational premise that must be in effect for you to claim you're on a sphere, as ludicrous as that reification is. Amazing, isn't it, how far we've come in 10 years?
They need a flat plane more than we do.
Yeah. To make their sphere claim, they need a flat plane more than we do. We don't need to assert anything that is beyond the obvious and observable nature of what we actually deal with. And for every example that we get presented that's a measurement, it'll have an apologetic for why it's not globe-shaped attached to it. Now, prior to now, we've not recognised that saying it's so big, that's why we measure it flat, is just, that's why we measure it flat. Forget the apologetics for, well, that's because we've got a really big ball. Why can't we see any curve? Because it's so big. That just read between the lines much? No, don't need to. It's measured flat for everyone.
That's their first fallacy, is the special pleading. It's so big that it's flat. Oh, special pleading.
Can't have any flat surfaces on a sphere.
And to get the sphere, you need a flat surface, because you're going to be describing the angle measurements that you see through a protractor based on an equatorial value called radius. And that's radius of a measurement of an angle to Polaris. The whole thing back engineers beautifully and is at fixed values. I remember maybe 3 years ago, QE telling me there are values fixed in stone, 4 years ago, when he was describing the black swan argument, and how saying, oh, well, at best you've debunked the radius. No, the radius is fixed because it has to back calculate into the angle measurements to Polaris for latitude. That's how all the maps and grids work. The fact that they've taken us on a merry dance of conversion from flat plane measurements and angles to circles on a map, to circles on a sphere, to lines on a tube, to cutting down the tube down the middle and rolling it out as the Mercator projection. So there's enough steps for people to not appreciate that there's an initial measurement that's flat to make the globe, to make the tube, to make the flat map that we actually use with all its distortions. Most people just see the Mercator projection and go, well, I know that's not really the world. And if they look into it to even a slight extent, they'll be told it's a globe projection. And the reason it's distorted is because you can't have a flat map when the world's a globe. No, you can't have a globe unless you're measuring the world flat with angles to stars. But we never got told that till about 4 years ago.
Yeah, and it's never a globe projection. It's a celestial sphere projection from a flat plane. There's no globe projection. There's no globe. The emperor has no clothes.
Yeah, all there is the points projected through that protractor that you imagine if you've got a semicircle over your position as you measure the flat and parallel plane that is the sky and ground. Then you can imagine that the angles and lines from your position along the ground, slightly up above the ground, all the way through to zenith above your head, that swooping motion that you take to measure the angles that you see in the stars out at the horizon and above your head, you can say that that's a curved protractor-like semicircle arching over your head. Well, the line of the positions that would lie on that semicircle can be described as the celestial sphere. That's the sphere that represents the actual points that you would see through that protractor. Well, then you can put a smaller protractor inside that's based on a radial value at 3959 miles, based on the minimum elevation angle to Polaris, with a Polaris-centric system, with another protractor wrapped around your position called the globe. So you've got you on a flat plane measuring angles to stars in reality. Then you've got a protractor wrapped around that with the lines matching up with positions that are respect to the ground from the centre of Earth. So now you're in hell, even though you've already measured off a flat plane to get these angles. Then around that, you've got another semicircle, representative of the points of light in the sky when positioned, having been measured as though they are on a parallel plane, because they are, so that you can represent them on another semicircle called the celestial sphere. So then you've got globe, flat plane, and celestial sphere all in one juicy dish. That's how your globe came to fruition. So the fundamental aspect of that, the starting point, Genesis, is the flat plane measurement. For all of the references beyond that, you start with latitude. That's flat plane measurements to Polaris. So the world's based on these flat Earth measurements. No wonder we're catching so much flack. It's the genesis of the globe, religion, and the reason we can't be censored out of existence. All they can do is promote Simon Dan above us. That's it. That's all they can do.
Did we get that video yet?
No, not yet.
Triangles yet?
Somebody can...
Sounds like it's going to be juicy.
Hopefully someone will dig out the Dave McKeegan video that's just come out, stick it in Skype so we can cover it in a minute. Everyone recovered from yesterday's extravaganza? My show flowed into QE's show, which flowed into about 1 o'clock in the morning of me playing on games, making sure my new graphics driver doesn't cause any issues.
That's what I was going to say. The computer's ace now, huh?
Yeah, it certainly seems to be.
What a relief.
Yeah, that's down to the generosity of one very specific Patreon member who just approached me and said, "What do you need?" I asked my tech guy, he told me, gave me a price. I told the guy, he gave me the money, and my tech guy ordered all the parts and fitted them. From that moment on, the computer has worked perfectly.
Isn't that amazing? But nobody watches you anymore, Nathan. Your numbers are going down.
Yeah, what's all that about? People want to believe that the popularity of the show, i.e., how effective the redirection of people's searches on YouTube is. Like, if you want to class the popularity of these searches, then go by people who are actually making anti-flat Earth content, because that's where all the searches get directed. And the fact that that's negative for our cause, neither here nor there. There's plenty of people searching, and the popularity's been sponged up by Dave McKeegan, Simon Dan, Professor Dave Explains. Those are the people who mop up the actual flat Earth searches. It's been redirected at the behest of the Congress in the States. That doesn't affect my stats. If I was to pay attention to how well Simon Dan's doing, I'd just go nuts with envy. Well, I don't. I pay attention to my own stats and how well I'm doing. And if there's any slight dips, then I'll address them by producing more material. Going live for members-only streams, although that wasn't actually a direct result of that yesterday. That was actually me testing a new graphics driver. But the point is that I can do things, especially if I've got a working computer, to mitigate if there are any unexpected dips in my growth. And all I'm looking for is growth. As a salesperson, that's what I was trained to do when looking at statistics. Are you growing is all you'd be asking. Well, I look at that daily and make sure that I'm pushing the needle in the right direction. When there is a little dip, you'll see me producing more material and moaning about the fact I'm up all night doing it. So when someone comes along and says, your channel's not growing, in fact it's dying, I go, no, it's not. I keep a very close eye on my stats. Now, in that instance, I think that particular dude heard me moaning about it because someone did it in the comment section. Has gone, I'll latch onto that. I'll gather up some stats where I can show that he's not growing. Labour those and have a little jab for as long as I can keep him annoyed for.
Right. He was affirming his bias. He had a conclusion. He looked for information that affirmed his bias. That's all that was. He wasn't looking at the information and drawing a conclusion. He had a conclusion, and he was looking at the information that backed his conclusion.
Yeah, and once he was left to his own devices on one of the after shows, so he came in again after QE's show, and because it was QE running the show as opposed to me, QE just let him tucker himself out, and at the end of it, he's like, "Oh, you guys are all right, actually." And you're like, "Okay, is this how you interact with people socially? You join the group by having a little jab, trying to assert your dominance. Like, okay, if that's how you behave, nobody will want to be your friend." But at the end of it, it's like, "Oh yeah, you guys are all right." Yeah, we all think you're a wanker now, though. Anyway, right, fresh off the presses from Dave McKeegan. Please let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. If you're a regular fan of the show, then you'll know the drill already. But what we do to invite these people to put links to our video and return the algorithmic love that we are, as we've just discussed, so sorely lacking. All of the searches for this subject go towards people like Dave and Simon Dan and all the rest of it. Right, I'm just going to do a quick sound check, but in the meantime, while I'm doing that, hopefully the people of my live audience, there's 81 people watching, can let Dave McKeegan know in the politest possible way at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, And yeah, like I say, if he were to make a response, hopefully he would put a link to my video in his. So that's now whizzing its way by for the live stream chat. Check it out. Like I say, I hope Dave does the same. Let's do a little sound check, make sure it sounds okay before we actually blast my audience's eardrums.
Hello everybody, hope you're doing
Very
well
quiet.
and thanks for joining us for another video. Now, flat earthers love to present observations which they claim debunk the globe, usually involving viewing objects way off beyond the horizon, and they argue those objects should not be visible as much as they are on.
No, you've already cracked up this argument. Viewing objects beyond the horizon. No, the objects are before the horizon in the black swan image that you just showed. The argument that goes along with it is specifically about the horizon and where the horizon is located, not the item, the horizon. If Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon measurement can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's Earth curve maths. That's your Earth curve maths claim. Distance to horizon in the black swan image that he just used is beyond the geometric limitations of a sphere Earth radius, 3959 miles. Therefore, the horizon's not Earth curve and the Earth is not a sphere. You no longer have a geometric Earth curve edge horizon as a result of that image. It's a demonstration with a logical consistency argument called modus tollens that attaches to it. Karl Popper is the example we give, because Karl Popper's example of a black swan is to say that you only need to demonstrate that one black swan exists to eradicate the notion that all swans are white, or in this instance, all horizons are Earth curve. The horizon is not Earth curve. It was debunked by that image. The argument is about the horizon, not the oil rigs, not the items.
On a globe based on their maths. Not
Hello? Based on their maths? No! What a numpty! Is this another Simon Dan moment where he tells me my reference frames are ruined? 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is your maths, Dave. Yours. It's Earth curve maths, you clown. Go ahead.
I think what he's doing is putting the we see too far on for being on a sphere claim that we tell people not to make. You know, I think that's what he's attacking, not the black swan, but he's showing an image of the black swan as he attacks a different argument.
Exactly.
normally because they've missed out some variables such as observer height and or refraction.
We've missed out observer height. What? If the Earth's sphere radius 3959, then every distance to horizon can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Dave's just a disingenuous liar. He doesn't understand the argument, can't parrot it, and can't represent it to debunk it. He's just told his audience we haven't taken in observer height and that it's our maths. Your maths that includes observer height is debunked by these images. This image on screen now is a black swan. The distance to horizon measurement from your mathematics does not match this horizon. This is a black swan, showing that the horizon isn't at the geometric limitations you claim will block boats and buildings. That's your maths, your claim, your horizon, your observer height in feet that we declare in the modus tollens argument that he clearly doesn't understand. Can't even paraphrase it back to say what we aren't including when we use his maths to debunk his claim of Earth curve edge horizons. You just don't understand these arguments, Dave. You're just not very intelligent. You haven't comprehended the modus tollens argument, comparable with Karl Popper's black swan. You just don't understand it. Too much for you, son.
So I think they think refraction is just some magic excuse to explain away things.
Is that projecting? Because refraction is just an excuse. You won't be defining globe Earth refraction in this bullshit. You don't know what refraction is. The chances of you being able to define it, if I was to now ask you, Dave, define refraction. And we'll see if that refraction definition has anything whatsoever with a horizon distance measurement based on observer height in globe Earth maths. Our maths. Your maths. Yeah? Will refraction in a globe context be explaining how positional geometry for horizons functions? No. But you don't comprehend the argument. This is just pathetic.
But one problem with a lot of the observations is they can be quite tricky for people to replicate for themselves.
They're observations! You're telling me how difficult it is to replicate a black swan is relevant to the argument that we haven't got a physical geometric sphere edge at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet as laid down in your maths.
If they're trying to figure out the shape of the Earth.
We're not trying to figure anything out. You've got maths that say where the horizon will be. We show how it's wrong. This isn't trying to figure anything out. You've already told us there's a horizon that's Earth curved that blocks boats and buildings. We've debunked it.
There's finding a suitable location.
Well, we're
where
kind of
you
into a
view-
false dichotomy.
Yeah, John. I think he's lost his internet connection or something. His mic's open, but there's no sound coming out. Try again, John. He said we're kind of getting into a false dichotomy. That was the last thing I heard from John.
Few objects going beyond the horizon, plus there's needing to know all the variables that are at play, and then there's knowing the maths involved in figuring out what you should expect to see.
Maths doesn't tell us what we expect to see our eyeballs do. Yeah? This idea that the globe Earth maths, what the very specific maths that we lay down in Mona Toland's, yeah, that maths. Yeah? The idea that that tells us what we should see would mean that we'd have a horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and we don't. So immediately appealing to a maths to suggest that that dictates what we'll see. No, mathematics doesn't dictate what we'll see. And your globe Earth mathematics is a derivation of a flat Earth measurement, Dave. Maybe this would be the main point I would suggest you respond to. The globe Earth mathematics that you suggest is ours when we lay out an argument that you haven't understood is a derivation of eye level and surface level. That is to say that the 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, the one you said we ignored in your maths, even though it's the basis of the bloody argument, you stupid boy. Those maths are based on a derivation from eye level to surface level to infer that there's a geometric horizon below surface level at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet in your globe maths. Ugh, he just doesn't understand these arguments. Why am I even responding to him? The guy is stupid.
So today I want to present a much easier observation that pretty much anybody can make around sunrise.
So I'll hand wave and completely misunderstand how the Black Swan argument works and what the photo's representing and whose maths and whose claim it actually is in favour of a completely different argument. I mean, it's almost like you've given a complete hand wave to this argument you didn't understand, Dave. Oh, my bad, that's exactly what you've done. But moving on to something else that isn't this argument that you haven't overcome by telling us it's our maths without height of observer. I mean, that was a pretty critical detail that if you actually had ever even heard the argument that's labelled the Black Swan modus tollens, you'd know that observer height in feet is in there, mate. But you seem to assert that it wasn't.
Sunrise or sunset that is easy to explain with the Earth being a globe, yet seemingly unfathomable if the Earth is flat.
All claims that come from a globe will start with flat Earth measurements. So this idea that something that works on a globe, well, it'll have its origins and genesis in a flat Earth measurement for a start, doesn't work on a flat Earth is absolutely absurd. And I'm sure we'll show how.
How the bottoms of aeroplanes can be...
So is this useful? Where are we utilising the bottoms of aeroplanes in a day-to-day practical example that will actually be used for something? Is there an example where aeroplane bottoms are useful for things? Now, when looking to the sky, we can use stars and the sun for navigational purposes and not dying at sea. I would challenge Dave to give any useful practical application for the example that he's about to give. There won't be one. It'll be some garbage he's come up with to try and explain how a perspective representation through a protractor that I described as the globe earlier is going to somehow be representative of the angle to the bottom of this plane.
be lit by the sun. And for anyone who struggles with maths, this doesn't really require any. Although if you do struggle with maths, then you should check out today's sponsor, Brilliant.org. By name, by nature, questions on Brilliant for the top of the Rockefeller Center for sunset. We got there about an hour before the official sunset time and stayed there taking photos of New York until long after the sun had disappeared from view.
What, like at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet because it's gone behind a physical geometric sphere edge? It seems like the original argument that debunked the notion that we've got a physical sphere edge for the sun to go behind has been completely hand-waved. And now we're using an example where the sun's going behind a physical geometric sphere edge at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Dave. Talk about whistling past the graveyard. How sad.
Yeah, Nathan, he thinks that the horizon is Earth curve. Oh dear.
Yeah, he doesn't understand. He's one of those numpties that's taken years to even comprehend the argument. When you lay down a notion that it doesn't include observer height in their maths that he says is ours. Ugh, it's just sad. The failings in comprehension are beyond our comprehension. Go ahead, whoever those.
I was just going to say we're back to the horizon having an address. We're back to that again.
Yep.
Yeah,
Good morning,
having
guys.
completely hand-waved the black swan where we debunked the horizon as Earth curve. Moving on, if the sun goes behind Earth curve.
Now, on a globe, the sun disappears below our horizon because
The horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Let me introduce you to a little argument you just hand-waved called the black swan. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 as depicted in this example, then every distance to horizon to block the sun could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet as laid down in your begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve maths that you use to claim the Earth is blocking the sun with a sphere edge horizon. Distance to horizon in the black swan, beyond the limitations of a sphere edge that blocks the sun. You're getting it down, son. Have you got a pen?
because the Earth is rotating. Flat earthers argue that the sun is actually remaining at a constant altitude above a flat, stationary Earth.
No, we do not. On a daily basis, we ask numpties like you that claim it's 93 million miles away for your measurements of your distance to your claimed sun. That's what we ask you to do. We do not claim that you can measure a height of the sun. Let me explain why you can't measure a height of the sun. Because you'd require an inference of physicality when taking elevation angle measurements to it. Now, when taking elevation angle measurements to the sun at your zenith, that would be to say that it is directly above your head. And as it recedes towards the horizon, the inference of an angle measurement would suggest that when it reaches the horizon, it's crashing into the ground with its physical nature. That voids any assertion that you can acquire angle measurements to get height, which is how all of the numpty, anti-flat earth rhetoric that you say we claim has to function. We don't claim this. This is a stereotyping fallacy. We ask for your evidence of your distance you do claim to your sun at 93 million miles. And we tell you that the R value insertion of Huygens' assumption that Venus has the same spherical radial value as Earth came from a spherical radial value measurement off a flat plane for Earth as a sphere to transpose onto Venus for Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion to have scale that Huygens applied to give you 93 million miles to your sun. Meanwhile, me as a flat earther, I don't claim a distance. But you'll hold it up as a straw man, won't you? Like a scumbag.
Although they can't agree on what altitude the sun is.
When we ask you for your ascribed 93 million mile distance that you ascribe to your sun when we say we can't measure it. No, it's not that we can't agree. You can't measure something that doesn't have an elevation angle adjustment with altitude. If the angle's not changing as you're going up higher, how can you possibly infer that you're getting closer to it? The angle doesn't change. So you're not getting a height to these things.
Many flat earthers have said it's around 3,000 miles. Others have said it's much higher than that, but most of those aren't prepared to actually put a figure on it. But the general consensus amongst seemingly a vast majority of flat earthers.
Sorry, why are you dividing the general consensus of flat earthers? I don't get it. So what, your stereotyping fallacy is what you're debunking? No, we have got a globe rhetoric. You seem to ascribe it to us in the maths of the black swan argument. So you won't even accept your own bloody maths. You'll hand wave an argument that includes it and shows it not to work, to immediately move forward and use a horizon that's Earth curve at 1.2 times the square root of the observer sign feet that you said we hadn't accounted for in your maths, in the argument where we take apart your Earth curve. But yet now we've got us being ascribed models and heights that we can't agree with. But general consensus that Dave says is, it's what?
Is that it is much higher than aeroplanes fly.
Oh, really? How very vague. That's the general consensus, is it?
And what we perceive to be sunset is actually just the sun moving away from us.
It is factually moving away from you if you want to describe its GP position above the ground as it recedes towards the horizon. That's a fact. I can demonstrably show how it moves over a different piece of land that's far away. Those are facts. In fact, their entire mapping and time system's based on it.
Except whilst I was at the top of the Rockefeller, soon after the sun had set, so the sun itself was no longer visible, but the sky was still quite bright.
Has it gone beyond a physical geometric sphere edge horizon? Because my understanding of how angles to positions in the distance work is that the more limited your angle, the less you can see. And as you raise in altitude, you'll open up the angle to a position that's further away. That is to say, the higher you go, the further you can see. Now, given that we can demonstrably demonstrate how the sun moves over a different geographical position as it recedes to the horizon in a sunset, I can say, without question, it's moving away. Because I can demonstrate it with its ground position, where it's above, and how that's further away with time. Oh, time? What, the very basis of this system forming parts of our maps that are flat? I don't know if Dave's getting a pen to actually debunk any of the things that I'm putting down, because he's about to go up in elevation and say, wow, I see the sun again.
I spotted about a half a dozen aeroplanes cruising in the sky between myself and where the sun had just set, and they were glistening with sunlight bouncing off them.
And?
Now, in this photo that I took, this antenna in view is the top of the H&M building. So I had a look at Flight Radar 24, and at the time that the photo was taken, there were several planes in that direction cruising just north of Baltimore, which would put them in the region of about 225 kilometers or 140 miles away. Some obviously a bit further, some a bit closer, but they were in the general vicinity of southern Pennsylvania.
Those are flat Earth distances that you've just given. The only way you can calculate those distances is over a flat surface. He's just given you a flat Earth proof for the distance between him and his estimation to the planes that he's going to hopefully give an elevation angle to, or a height of. Because when he gives us the height of these aeroplanes, the height's going to be with respect to sea level, requiring a flat Earth.
And the key question is, how is the light reflecting off a plane between myself and the sun that would allow me to see a reflection of the sun?
Who cares? I mean, the fact that we have got Chris Berry demonstration of how you can move a light away from something that still remains higher and lights the bottom of it. This is crap. It doesn't prove anything. It certainly doesn't prove you've got a physical geometric sphere edge for a horizon when you inferred it. When you told us that you'd got a horizon for the sun to go behind, you're making a claim that was debunked in the hand-wave dismissal of the Black Swan that you did not address in the first part of this video. Hello, Quantum Eraser.
High school physics
Going over the
covers
wrong
the
video.
Don't what?
You're going over the wrong video. You've already.
Yeah, I know
reviewed
it.
Oh, well, whoever sent me the wrong video, I blame you. Is this the right one? Equatorial mounts. Yeah, I thought we were covering this one. I thought we were just going to get to the equatorial mounts later.
But
Obviously
that's
not.
over a year ago.
Oh, well, that's rubbish. Well, we're going to get a twofer. Okay, let's share this video instead. Right, please let Dave McKeegan know on this video. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me the whole idea being that he returns the love that we are sending his direction. 88 people, almost 90 people watching. So if you are amongst the live audience, go and let him know. this video link for this video that we should have been covering in the first place is now scrolling its way by in the live stream chat. Over 90 people watching, so yeah, please let him know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me.
Hello everyone, hope you're all doing well and thank you for joining us today. In a recent video I did in response to Flat Earth and Nathan Oakley, I briefly showed this equatorial camera mount and mentioned about them being used for photographing the night sky.
I didn't see that. Equatorial, you say? What, like a flat plane? So this is a mount that works with a flat plane. Okay. Well, that's a flat earth proof. Within 17 seconds of the video, you've proven that your mount works on an equatorial plane.
Subsequently, there were a few people expressing interest in learning more about them. So in this video, we're going to look at why you would use them, how they're able to function, and crucially, why, if the Earth was actually flat, they wouldn't be able to work.
Right, you're going to explain how a mount that works on an equatorial plane wouldn't work on a plane. This seems insane. Anybody else tracking where I'm not?
Now, when it comes to
viewing, like this is the same guy that sat around and told us all about how you need a flat baseline for a whole video or two, and now he pulls out his equator, but this somehow still proves a ball. I'm confused.
Yeah, maybe you could tell us where he gets his equator from.
viewing the night sky, even if we go into the middle of nowhere, well away from all forms of light pollution, our eyes just physically can't see anywhere near the number of stars that you see in photographs. That's because our eyes are seeing things in real time, and some of the stars are incredibly dim. As in, we don't get much light from them. I'm not suggesting that the stars are stupid. I wouldn't know, I've never met them. So if there aren't enough photons from a particular star entering our eye, then our brain can't distinguish that the star is there at all. Cameras kind of work on the same basic principle in that they have a sensor with millions of photosites.
Oh my god.
Like the receptors in our eye. Now when photons enter a photosite, it generates a small charge. More photons equals a higher charge. At the end of a photograph, the camera will measure the amount of charge in each photosite and assign a value to it to turn it into a digital signal.
Are we going to get to the equatorial plane or what?
For example, if it detects no measurable charge, it will assign it a 0, which tells any computer that that pixel is to be jet black. And if it reaches the maximum charge that that photosite can handle, then it assigns a number like 255, and that tells a computer that that pixel is pure white.
Oh, very interesting.
So for stars to be clear in an image, you want a high enough charge being generated by that particular...
Meanwhile, Earth is measured flat. He's going to level his tool with respect to an equatorial plane. That plane is the angle measuring plane that we use to derive a sphere Earth by inference. The minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris giving you your radial value and equatorial value for the outside edge of a sphere. Minimum angle you can view Polaris from. So, I don't know why he's babbling on about cameras. Earth's being proven flat with this mount he isn't jabbering about yet.
Particular photosite, that it creates a clear bright spot in the image rather than something that's just barely above dark grey and looks like a smudge. Thankfully though, unlike the human eye, cameras are not limited to seeing things in real time. They can gather up lots of light for a single image just by leaving the sensor exposed for longer. However, we then hit the hurdle that the stars aren't staying fixed. They instead appear to move across the sky. So if our camera is in a fixed position relative to the ground, like say on a static tripod, then each star will slowly drift from one photosite to the next, and so the total amount of light for that exposure will be spread between different pixels rather than all focused into one. This is what causes motion blur in images, and when...
Oh my god, this is so tedious. How does your flat plane only measurement with an equatorial mount not work on a flat plane when it's a flat plane that you're measuring and leveling to? When are we going to get to that?
When stars blur, we often refer to it as star trails. Now, the amount of blur that we would see will depend on our viewing angle. A wide
Viewing what now? Viewing angle? That sounds problematic for a sphere. I'm pretty certain we're going to need a flat Earth for this angle. Let's hear more.
wider viewing angle means that each photosite covers a larger part of the sky, so a star would have to travel further across the sky before it moved into the next pixel. Whereas a longer focal length magnifies everything, including how quickly stars appear to move across the frame, and so they would cross over pixels much sooner. As a rough guide, photographers will often divide.
Is he just trying to bore the crap out of his audience so that they think he's actually got a point to make about proving how an equatorial mount, that's a mount that works on an equatorial plane when levelled, wouldn't work on a flat plane when levelled? If he rants about cameras long enough, he'll lose half the audience. He'll still make his numbers up. They'll all tune out within the first 3 minutes.
Divide the number 500 by their effective focal length to tell them approximately how many seconds they can expose for with a camera before they start to get noticeable star trails. For example, a 20mm focal length would allow about 25
Oh my god, this is painful.
seconds of exposure time, whilst the 200mm focal length would allow only 2.5 seconds. But if you want to photograph deep space objects such as galaxies or nebulas and the likes, then you ideally want a very long focal length in order to see as much detail as possible. But such long focal lengths would then create very short exposure times. This is where motorized mounts can solve the problem.
Okay, finally.
And speaking of solving problems, like the problem of trying to come up with a good segue to the sponsor of this video,
What, right before the bit that's going to annihilate you for 103 people of my audience, you're going to go to your sponsored segue, put a little bit more distance between this garbage that requires a flat plane?
online. I also used its breach scanner tool, which allows you to VPN to route your data through that particular country, value for staying safe online. And if you agree, then why not head over to Atlas VPN via the link in the description. Now, the purpose of a motorized mount is to move your camera or telescope such that it remains fixed in reference to the stars rather than to the ground. Now, if you set this up correctly, it means you could leave your camera pointing at a particular star.
How do we set it up? I wonder how setting it up correctly would affect that. Is he going to detail it? We're now, 5 minutes into the video? Halfway through.
For hours at a time, and the star would remain perfectly fixed on your camera sensor. Now, there are different types of trackers. You can get guided ones, such as this telescope mount, which has motors that control both its rotation and the telescope's elevation. And you set this up by selecting 2 or 3 stars as a reference in the handset, and then you point the scope at each of those reference points, and from that, the handset can work out exactly where you are in the world and where everything else is in the sky.
How does that relate to the surface? Because the machine's got to be levelled. And the axis to measure elevation is the angle with respect to the levelled tool on a level surface. That's how you get the elevation. That's what it's detailing when it references the stars in their position. Yeah, it's their elevation angle. That's a flat Earth measurement that you're referencing. Were you unaware that that elevation was an angle with respect to the level of the tool that you've used? Because it is.
I could then say on this that I want to view the Andromeda Galaxy, and it would drive the telescope round to it and keep it tracked.
How would it know? Would it be because we've tracked the positions with respect to the ground? Yeah, it would. These positions are logged in the almanac. We know where the stars are going to be because for quite a considerable period of time we've been tracking their motion. And their motion is tracked with respect to their angle. So their elevation, as you described it, is an angle description with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. The same horizontal plane of reference that you levelled your tool to. Notice he hasn't mentioned that yet. Not once. 6 minutes into the video. Over halfway.
That's how he's going to get away with it. He's never going to reference the ground.
Yeah, all he's done is reference the sky, but he referenced the sky with the elevation of the star. So I can still use his words to describe how those positional pieces of information for the star are with respect to their elevation, and that's an angle off a plane. 100 people watching my show. Please let Dave know that his reference, if he doesn't actually even address the equatorial plane, that this is described when actually measuring something called the celestial sphere, which is with respect to a equatorial plane, because that's how this tool works. Everything he's detailing is flat, but he's just not mentioning it. He hasn't mentioned leveling the tool.
You know, people could argue that that's possible on a flat Earth, since the telescope knows where everything is.
All right, no, the fact that you're leveling it to the equatorial plane and then measuring the angles, that's elevations, of the stars with respect to that plane that you leveled the tool to. So it's a prerequisite, Dave. That's why I was confused at the beginning. You seem to think that without highlighting the prerequisite leveling of the tool with respect to the equatorial plane, so you can measure these positions to get reference of the stars and where they are in elevation, yeah, that's a flat Earth prerequisite, Dave. But now you're going to ponder how that might not work on a flat Earth? That's a prerequisite.
This equatorial mount, however, isn't as fancy. With this, you have to face it either directly north or south, depending on which hemisphere you're in.
Sorry, north or south are directions on a flat Earth, my friend. When you say which hemisphere you're in, are you talking about the hemispherical positions of the stars that you reference? Because that's all you've referenced so far. Well, that's a hemispherical celestial sphere that's denoted off a flat plane. So when you say hemisphere, the only hemisphere that's going to be with respect to this tool is the celestial sphere, not globe Earth. That doesn't factor into you leveling your tool to the equatorial plane. Not again that you haven't mentioned it yet. I wonder why.
You then wind this elevation dial to match whatever your latitude is.
Latitude? What's latitude? Oh, would that be the elevation angle measurement to Polaris off a flat plane? Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? So this tool and these markings only work on a flat Earth, Dave, because they're measuring elevation angle measurements to Polaris. That's what latitude is, Dave. Latitude is a flat Earth proof. It's the flat Earth proof that means we don't get eradicated. Obviously, you're going to get all the traffic when people search for your boring crap, interjected with sponsorships, before you even get to, oh, by omission, ignore the fact that you've leveled your tool. But you do leave enough detail for the actual people who know how the world works to point out that his Polaris measurement for latitude is a flat Earth proof also. There's quite a few flat Earth proofs in here, Dave, including latitude. How'd you measure latitude? Oh, it's an elevation angle measurement of a flat plane to Polaris? Yeah, you'll need a flat plane for that, like this tool does.
So if you're at, say, the North Pole, you're at 90 degrees north elevation, you wind this dial...
Sorry, how can you be at 90 degrees on a sphere? There is no 90 degrees to a spherical surface, Dave. Do you not understand how spherical surfaces work?
...until you get to 90 degrees, and the mount is pointing straight up towards Polaris.
Straight up towards Polaris is a flat Earth prerequisite. Up. What, with respect to horizontal? Like vertical? Yeah, you're describing flat Earth prerequisites, my friend. Meanwhile, you have to level this tool, and what you've just plonked it on has no level surface whatsoever.
If you're at around a 45 degrees latitude on Earth...
What, 45 degrees? That would be... Polaris is 45 degrees in the sky with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. Yeah, the measurement of that 45 degrees that you've just described to then point at the globe would be a measurement from inside the globe in hell if you're going to infer the globe's used at all. But the actual measurement is off a flat plane, Dave.
And that puts you somewhere around, say, Bordeaux, for example. You wind 45 degrees onto this mount, and you can see, relative to the globe, the mount...
No, the mount isn't moved round at 45 degrees. The mount's still levelled with the ground. You levelled the tool. You see, what Dave's now showing you, because he's a scumbag, liar, and deceitful, is the tool no longer being level. No, Dave. You level the tool, and it remains level. But you're now showing an audience that the tool is now at 45 degrees. No, your tool doesn't go to 45 degrees. But when I described to Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum in the pre-show and at the start of this live show, how they describe you being on the protractor, you can understand how this level tool at 45 degrees in the centre of the sphere would be a level tool on the equatorial plane. But he's describing the tool now being at 45 degrees. Now, your angle measurement to Polaris is 45 degrees off a flat Earth. The tool's not at 45 degrees, Dave. You level the tool, Dave. Does it still look level, Dave? Is this what you think happens to your tool, Dave? No, it always remains level, Dave. It's a very key detail to using an equatorial mount. It's a detail that you didn't tell your audience about, though, isn't it, Dave? I wonder why you left that part out. Was it so that you could show them that the tool is at 45 degrees when you pretend that the protractor of the globe Earth with the equatorial plane, with you in the centre of it, levelling your tool to the equatorial plane, that means the tool is at 45 degrees. No, the tool's level, Dave. Always level. It's got a bubble in it, hasn't it, Dave? So why would you be telling your audience that your tool's at 45 degrees? It isn't. The angle measurement and the references that you use are all angles off a flat plane. But you think you can just stick the tool at 45 degrees and blag that it's on the protractor you're measuring? No, Dave. No.
It's still pointing straight up towards Polaris.
Straight up to Polaris? No, it's just pointing at 45 degrees, Dave. It was level when you had it at the North Pole. Then you stuck it at 45 degrees. So you're talking in double speak, my friend. Contradiction in terms. Dave needs his tool, says Roger Ledwell. Thank you for the super chat.
Likewise, at the equator, it's at 0 degrees, and again means the mount is pointing up towards Polaris.
So you think that when you level your tool is standing sideways, Dave? Because you're literally telling the audience that your tool's lying on its side. No, Dave, at no point does this tool do that. No, Dave. Your tool's always level. You level the tool when you set it up. The tripod hits the ground. It doesn't hit the wall next to you. But that's what he's telling his audience. Because in order to do this, you have to take the tool that's level and the angles to Polaris, that's 45 degrees, and infer that you are on the protractor that is being made with the angle measurements of this tool. Therefore, the tool's at 45 degrees. No, it isn't. Tool's level. Always.
Perfectly on the equator, you also have the option of being able to point south as well, not just north. Obviously, if you're south of the equator, you then have to point this directly south.
No, Dave, you level the tool. That's what you do. You level the tool.
Now, in the Northern Hemisphere,
Why hasn't he mentioned this? We are literally at 7 minutes and 26 of this 11-minute video. And he hasn't once told the audience that this tool requires leveling. He hasn't said it once. We know that Dave does his tool at home. Okay, thank you, Roger, for the other super chat. Really appreciate the support.
He knows. He knows.
Polaris isn't exactly where the axis of rotation is. It circles...
Axis of rotation? What? An axis with respect to a horizontal plane of reference? To describe Earth with a Polaris-centric axis, you need a Polaris-centric zenith. That's to say, Polaris on a flat plane. That's what axes is. It requires a flat Earth. Go ahead.
Is this guy retarded?
He's lying by omission currently.
No,
He's a deceiver.
He's trying. This is tantamount to trying to disprove the existence of airplanes by giving a tour of the Boeing manufacturing plant.
Yeah, it's trying to disprove.
This guy, you're retarded, Dave. You're a retard. Thanks.
Yeah, this is all guff.
Just around it. And our perspective of this will shift depending on where you're viewing it from.
Hold on. Your perspective. In the previous video, you were describing Earth curve mathematics with geometric horizons that didn't have perspective in them. I specifically noted the perspective hijacking Earth curve maths that you denied when you suggested that we ignored height. That's perspective hijacking Earth curve maths that you asserted for the horizon when it blocked the sun, ignoring the black swan argument. Okay, now you're asking us to infer perspective. No. The way that the light will travel from the parallel plane of the sky to the ground, so you can get an angle with a level tool, that's the equatorial mount that you haven't mentioned to your audience, needs leveling. Yeah? That's a description of an Earth that's going to be formed spherical based on the angle measurements to that parallel plane.
So you use an app like Polaris View, which takes your phone's GPS data and time information and will work out where Polaris is relative to the axis of rotation for your...
Right, where Polaris is when you're taking GPS data. GPS data is flat. It's flat Earth. It's in reference to the transverse Mercator projection. So the positions are on a grid that makes no sense because there's lines that are running parallel that point north. That grid has come from a tube, and that tube has come from points projected out from a globe onto that tube prior to be cutting open and rolled flat. And that globe has come from elevation angle measurements to Polaris off a flat plane. So the whole progression of this description to get to GPS, to reference Polaris in the first instance, is going to require 3 or 4 steps that use a flat plane to measure Polaris to get the grid, for you to say that you can use the grid, that's GPS and transverse Mercator, to suggest where Polaris is in an app. You need a flat Earth for all of this, Dave. This is about as flat Earth proving and fruitful as you can possibly be.
Your vantage point, and you fine-tune the mount by using the spotter scope on the back to align Polaris up accordingly to where it should be relative to the axis of rotation.
Right, now you're going to describe Earth with an axis that's described by having a radial value derived from an angle to Polaris and the description of that axis with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. But you're going to now stick a spike through a globe Earth picture? It's just sad. Shout out to Roger Ledwell. We need a quick... What's this? We need a height, quick, sharp. Okay.
Once you've aligned it, this mount is then perfectly parallel to the axis of rotation for the sky. At that point, you turn the motor on and...
Right, again, look at this diagram. No, Dave, your mount isn't sitting sideways. And this would be glaringly obvious if you'd have disclaimed the fact that you level the tool. It's the first step when using an equatorial mount. Level the tool. You've got it depicted sideways. Now, if you can show me you sticking your mount to the wall next to you, like this, then it might have some credence. But what you're actually doing, Dave, is taking the mount that has to be level and describing the angles as though they run parallel with the axis. All this is doing is apologising for why, when they actually utilise the equatorial plane with a globe, the equatorial plane will be at the centre of this sphere. That is to say, the mount will be level in the middle of the globe, so that it matches with these parallel rays that he's inferring when he says that the tool is at the angle of Polaris in this instance. No, the angle of Polaris is just the angle of Polaris, measured on a plane. Doesn't mean that the tool itself is at the angle that you've just measured with the tool, and that therefore the tool's hanging off the side of a sphere Earth. That's absurd. The sphere Earth is merely the protractor that you would measure the angles through when levelling the tool to the equatorial plane. In hell for you.
And it will begin turning the mount plate up here, which is where the...
Sorry, this looks like it's not sat sideways on a wall, Dave.
Camera's connected to, and provided you've selected the star setting on the side, it will spin this plate at 15 degrees per hour, which...
15 degrees per hour, as in a measurement of the star's movement in degrees with respect to a horizontal plane. These are all flat Earth proofs, Dave.
Perfectly cancels out the Earth's rotation and will...
Earth's rotation? No, Dave, we weren't transposing the tool that measured the 45-degree angle to Polaris as though the tool was at 45 degrees. The tool was levelled, and it just measured an angle off a flat Earth. That doesn't mean we're on the outside edge on a rotational point, because that doesn't work anymore for any of the angles that you've used for every example so far. In spite of you not mentioning the fact that the tool had to be level to get these angles, because it did.
Will leave your camera perfectly fixed relative to the stars with no drift. You do sometimes need a few attempts to get the alignment exactly right, and if you're in the southern hemisphere, you might need a wing and a prayer as well. It can be done, but it just takes a little bit more work because there's not as clear a pole star to reference as Polaris. You
Not as clear a pole star. There isn't a pole star in the south.
end up somewhere near BQ Octantis. And you also need to select on the side whether you're aligning to the north or south polar axis, because this will change what direction the camera's rotating. Now, if the Earth were flat, well...
Sorry, so now going to juxtapose all of these flat Earth requirements and flat Earth angle measurements for elevation, and flat Earth descriptions of equatorial planes, and flat Earth angle measurements to Polaris, and flat Earth prerequisites for latitude. He's now going to say, if that works on a flat Earth. Yeah, I would just ask Dave's audience, that would be my audience I'm sending to him by letting him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, to ask him why, at the 9-minute mark of his video, he still hasn't mentioned that this tool must be leveled. Why hasn't he mentioned that?
Well, the direction change shouldn't be necessary
I'm
because
sure
on a flat
that-
surface...
Sorry. I
Yes.
was just going to say, I'm sure that part of the reasoning for that is that there are many people that in their mind, they know what the definition of level is, right? So it's the anti-flat earth guys that will tell you level is somehow curved because that's batshit insane. But I think there's an audience that he's aware of that will hear this and say, well, obviously level is not curved. Level, like the very definition of it, is the opposite of being curved. So why would he just lay that out? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if this guy is a straight anti-flat earther or whatever. I don't know what his angle is,
No, he's
really.
retarded.
Yeah, that, I mean, besides that, I know that's his angle, but you know what I mean? Like, that's how I feel. Like, maybe that's why he's not actually coming out with that, because there might be people that will say, well, level, what are you talking about? Because, you know, in the regular world, level means a certain thing until you get to this conversation. And then
So
all
does
of a sudden,
flat.
that definition, yeah.
So does flat. So hit him with the wall, chocolate.
Yep. Hit him with it. Hitting himself with it, actually. So,
surface, the stars should all be moving in the same direction across the sky. More crucially, this method of alignment is completely wrong for a flat Earth. We're not trying to align to a specific star.
Is it just me, or has he now got the tool slanted back on a flat Earth pizza pie azimuthal equidistant projection? Well, Dave, is this the reason why you don't tell people that you level the tool? Because you do, but you don't seem to be doing that. You seem to be strawmanning us like we'd lean our tool backwards because you think that the tool's angle that it's measured is actually the position of the tool. No, Dave. No. You see, I'll say it once more because Dave is obviously disingenuous. That would be to say lying by omission so he can make this garbage example. Dave, the tool gets leveled. Yeah? Was that why he didn't mention it, so that this straw man would work at the end? Wow, Dave, is this the standard? Give him 100,000 views.
We need to align ourselves parallel to the axis of rotation in order to be able to counteract it. For example, if you were standing on a merry-go-round and you wanted to keep a point around you of the world in your frame, then you would turn yourself in the opposite direction to the merry-go-round, but whilst you're standing on it, parallel to the merry-go-round's axis of rotation. So we're not aligning directly to a pole star. We're using the star and our time and location information to work out where the axis of rotation is pointing to relative.
No, those time-based informations, that's the sun, in terms of longitude. Those positional informations for latitude are angle measurements of a flat plane to Polaris. These concepts that you use to infer that you've got an axis being with respect to a horizontal plane also, don't mean that you have a rotating Earth. Because all of your inferences come from measuring angles with respect to the ground, not with respect to a rotating surface. That hasn't happened. Besides, you and your reference frames have been ruined.
Exactly.
End quote, Simon Dunn.
Yeah,
was
I
at
was
any given
asking,
time.
wait a second, did he prove the Earth was rotating yet?
No,
He's
just
right
assumed
into
it.
it. Did he forget about that?
No, he just assumed it. He assumed that the axis of rotation described by measuring angles to Polaris with a flat plane means that the ground he's standing on is rotating through an axis. No, your inference came from flat Earth measurements. It's absurd.
Time.
That's a begging question fallacy.
Yeah, it's just
Dave?
assumed it. Correct. It's begging the question. It's just assumed by pure fiat that Earth is rotating, because if Earth's rotating, here's an example of a rotating roundabout.
Well, the axis of rotation for stars on a flat Earth should always be perpendicular to the ground. So these mounts should always just be facing straight up, rather than...
Well, what like they are? They're all levelled. This is how you would put... So your argument is to say that what we'd have on the equatorial plane is lots of level mounts. Yeah, we would. That's how it is done. It doesn't matter where you are, you always level your tool. So this is an accurate depiction if you want to infer that there's an azimuthal equidistant projection by strawman fiat that we don't claim. But you'd still level all of these tools exactly how it's depicted here. That's how they work. Maybe if you just don't mention that, when they're all level, and you haven't mentioned that you have to level the tool, people will think that, well, this is obviously wrong.
than faffing with trying to angle it in a specific direction.
What, like towards Polaris? Like explicitly detailed by you as how you use the tool? Oh my God! So everything you've detailed about using the tool, negating the fact that you tell the audience that you have to level it, right, wouldn't work because you'd be leveling the tool? This is so pathetic.
A flat Earth would essentially just be aligning as though you're always at the North Pole. Yes.
Would it? Is that how an equatorial mount works? Because that's not how you just described it. Minus the leveling the tool bit. But now, obviously, all these tools are level. Yeah? I mean, what is the equator? The equator is the minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris as you detailed when you told your audience about latitude. But now you're inferring that, what, latitude doesn't work when it's flat? That somehow we're going to not be pointing at the minimum elevation angle to Polaris when we describe this point you've labelled as equator? That's what the equator is. Yeah, North Pole, that would be the zenith position for Polaris. So all of these are, when you say, well, it'd be pointing straight up. What, when measuring an angle that's at its minimum for Polaris at the designated equatorial location that you've marked it as by label? No, Dave, these are crap strawman arguments. They're really garbage.
Yet on the equator, this thing has to be angled.
Hey, Dave, why haven't you mentioned that you level this tool? Just asking for a friend.
Horizontally, either north or south, to align with the axis of rotation.
So, no, that's what equator is. When you point it, essentially, effectively, in orthographic view, towards the horizon, as you've just described by moving these arrows, that's what the equatorial minimum is. The minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris on a flat plane. That would be to say that your tool would be pointing horizontally. Yeah? That's what it is.
Well, we're into the false dichotomy now. All of his positive claims required the Earth to be flat. Now he's describing how the Earth wouldn't work, or how this tool wouldn't work if the Earth was flat. It's false dichotomy.
A false dichotomy that uses a flat Earth to make his globe claim and then says that the flat Earth doesn't work with it if you don't mention that you're levelling the tool.
Which is only happening if the equator is perpendicular to the north.
So it's only happening if you are standing sideways. No, you see, the equator isn't you with your tool pointing sideways. The tool doesn't get 90 degrees or 180 degrees, depending on how you want to look at it. The tool is still level. This is garbage, Dave. The tools aren't level in this diagram, which is why they don't work on a globe. They work on a flat plane. Equator is the angle at its minimum on a flat plane when measuring Polaris. North Pole is you at the zenith position of Polaris, at its GP position, my bad. Polaris at your zenith. That's what these concepts are. But for all three concepts, the tool must be level, Dave. These tools aren't level, Dave. But you say that this is how the world is? No. What you're doing is you're measuring a minimum elevation angle to Polaris and then pretending that the tool sits sideways when the tool is always level. How sad. You guys need a flat plane more than we do. Yeah? Because without it, you wouldn't have the tool level, like in this diagram here. The boy thinks there are no elevations on FE. Yeah, I don't know what he thinks. He's just nuts and ignorant.
This
Pole.
is the point
Otherwise,
I was making last night.
Go ahead.
Nice diagram, this, Nathan. You see, when you do this on a ball, and you've got somebody with the pole star at the zenith at the North Pole, and you're at the equator, and you're looking at the North Star, the pole star from the equator. Can you see that you're not looking at the same point as the zenith? That those are now parallel lines.
This boy's a retard. Fur.
it would be like trying to counter the rotation of a merry-go-round by lying down and rolling around on it. It's
But there's a non sequitur false comparison if I've ever heard one.
worth bearing in mind as well, this isn't a smart
That it'd be like if you're rolling around on a merry-go-round. You're like, no, that's completely non sequitur. False comparison, non sequitur.
tracker. It doesn't know where it's positioned or what it's looking at. It works without any form of internet connection or GPS location. It's just a single plane motorized mount that will turn the same regardless of where you point it. It just so happens.
What did he just say?
A single plane?
Just listen to that again.
That's what I thought I heard, but I was like, nah, he didn't say
To
that.
the North Pole. Otherwise, it would be like trying to counter the rotation of a merry-go-round by lying down and rolling around on it. It's worth bearing in mind as well, this isn't a smart tracker. It doesn't know where it's positioned or what it's looking at. It works without any form of internet connection or GPS location. It's just a single plane motorized mount that will turn the same regardless of where you point it.
Yeah, a single plane motorized mount that requires leveling to the equatorial plane. And he is literally lying by omission, because it is going to get to the end of the video, and at no point whatsoever will he detail the very specific requirement of leveling the equatorial mount. He's just not going to even mention it.
It just so happens that it only creates the result you want when you've aligned it perfectly with one of the two axes of rotations in the sky.
No, you level it, Dave. That's what you do. You seem to be lying by omission. Yeah?
Nah,
And
he's just retarded.
Staying away from the ground.
No, he's just not mentioning a very specific setup process. It would detail it in the instruction manual. Literally, it would tell you, to set this tool up, you will level it. And it's got a bubble on it, so you can level it.
And did he say rotation of the sky?
Yeah.
Oh, so not the Earth.
Regardless of where you point it.
Yeah, I heard
it
him
just
say
so
that
happens
too.
that it only creates the result you want when you've aligned it perfectly with one of the two axes of rotations in the sky. And the only way that you can have two opposing...
You align it with the equatorial plane at equinox, where it does match. You're not aligning with a point of Earth rotation. You might try to conceptualize that that's what you're doing, but that's not what you've done. You've aligned it to the flat plate.
He said sky, didn't
he? And you've stepped off into the sky. That's what the device is doing. It's allowing you to transverse the grid system in the sky.
Yeah, but you'll level it to the equatorial plane to do so.
Yes.
As I say, he's just not mentioned it.
Yeah.
Opposing axis of rotations that can be found in this manner with elevation angles is if you're located on the outside of a ball. So that is going to draw this video to a close. Once again, thank you to Atlas VPN.
What did he just say?
Yeah.
Did he just say that?
Yeah, he's saying that the ball, that's the protractor that you would measure these angles through off a flat plane, is the surface that you'd measure from. Because look, my diagram shows mounts that are sideways. That's his argument. No, you still level the tool, but this is better. As far as I'm concerned, I would rather it work out this way. Yeah, okay, fine, he's made his non sequitur conclusion that, it must be a ball. No, Dave, you've shown lots of examples of this tool not being level on the side of a ball. And it is fundamentally one of the steps of setting up this tool, to level it. And you've ignored it. Now, when my audience share this show around and people hear what you have done, and they just go and look up, how do I set up an equatorial mount? And they just type it into Google, and it tells you to level the tool, and you haven't mentioned it. What do you think the audience is going to perceive in terms of you and how you have confronted this very distinct flat earth proving tool when you don't mention that it needs to be leveled? You just don't mention it. You show it not level on the side of a ball and claim by non sequitur that means it proves that the protractor that you've put this mount on, that would be the angle you actually measured with the tool on a flat plane, is the tool being on the protractor. No, Dave, no. The tool has to be level. But you didn't even mention it. Oh my God. I love it. I'd rather it worked out this way, you disingenuous lying scumbag. Earth's measured flat, Dave. You damn well know it, or you'd have mentioned the levelling of the tool, wouldn't you, Dave? But you didn't. You left it out and said that the tool has to be sideways on a ball to work. No, Dave. Yeah, that's pretending that the tool is the angle it's measuring. It isn't. That was great. Anything anybody wants to add? Still got 100 people watching.
So the only time he mentioned the ground was at the end, and he referred to it as a ball. Real smart.
Yes, would like to thank you for attending the Boeing manufacturing plant tour. Now remember,
Planes don't exist.
Planes don't exist.
I'm Dave Triangles McKeegan. Remember, planes don't actually exist.
And now, our tour of Lockheed Martin.
All that needs is a laugh track. All that needs is a laugh track, and that would be the best comedy this year.
Perfect. With that, I'll say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
The sky grifter.
Good show. I knew that would be a good video. I didn't expect for 1 second that he'd just completely omit leveling the tool. That's pretty outrageous, don't you think?
Yeah, I thought he would slip it in there somewhere real fast.
Yeah, I
But
really
nope.
wanted to say it earlier, like he's just not going to say it. Maybe I did. Maybe I hinted at it. But you know when I haven't watched that video or hadn't watched that video, you don't know that he's not going to just really subtly drop it in at the 11-minute mark before his outro. And then you're like, damn, why did they call him on not having the leveling of the tool in the example at any stage when he dropped it right at the end, the bastard? But he didn't. He didn't drop it in at all, did he? No, it just has to work when the tool's the angle I've just measured with the tool are leveled. I just won't mention leveling it, and I'll say that the tool's sideways. Yeah, that'll work. Only works on a sphere. Bob's your uncle. Go and see my sponsor. By Nord.
Yeah, it was funny that he went into autistic detail on how a sensor works in a camera, but he left out the details on how the equatorial mount works.
That's right. You're
Yeah.
right about that.
That's just outwardly
See,
deceitful.
that's why I say he knows. He's not a dummy, unless he is a dummy. He's just being very deceptive.
Yeah, and in terms of what YouTube suggests that they want, the juicy bits and exciting bits of a video at the beginning and all that sort of stuff, it's not. The yawn-worthy bit that he's trying to put distance between the fact that he's excluding a particular aspect of this tool is the bit that he's put at the beginning of the video to put distance because he's got a motivation. It doesn't in any way align with what YouTube want in videography terms. But he's still pushed to the top of the list. So you get this boring, yawn-worthy guy who's difficult to understand, jabbering through language that he excludes in terms of the actual aspects that make the tool work. And you're like, this is what YouTube want to promote. The boring bit about how camera sensors work. It's just garbage. You know, the first thing he did before he even got to anything to do with the tool or Flat Earth was promote his sponsor. Like, so he didn't even put the juicy bit of how it proves a globe right at the beginning, so it keeps people's interest. No. Just a boring video with as much guff as possible between the fact that this tool is claimed to be sideways on a globe and excluding the aspects that you actually need to do. That's level the tool. That's what all he's done. Top of the lists. Probably got 100,000 views already. Well, there we go. That's enough of my moans about the popularity that Flat Earth has bestowed upon people like Dave. Outrageous as it is. At the behest of the Congress. Oh, we had some success with Lumpy, by the way, Adam.
Yeah, I disappeared for a glass of milk last night, and everyone had gone when I got back.
No, this morning we finally had the success.
A
Well,
glass of
Nathan did.
milk.
Yeah, I thought I'd
don't
had
think
enough.
it was
I
a
thought I'd
glass
had
of
enough
milk.
wine.
I think it wasn't a glass of milk. You didn't catch that, Neil. My
What
God,
didn't I
Neil.
do? What
He
didn't I
said
do?
Adam said he stepped out to go get a glass of milk.
Yeah, what he actually means is his ayahuasca was brewed and that knocked him out.
I didn't hear that. Sorry.
Yeah, but
I did come back, listen to the end of the show on YouTube to say that you had castigated me as being drunk and collapsed.
Well, you were.
it collapsed.
I had genuinely gone for a glass of milk. The glass is still here. Budweiser glass. Milk still in the bottom. I'm putting that in Master B now just as proof.
Yeah, but I tried to break it down for him this morning and he seemed to be receptive and say he understood.
There you go. For another minute, then he'll say he didn't.
I thought I did a good job, and based on the success I had with him, I tried to incorporate that into my explanations through Dave's video, right? With the semicircle moving around your head. Representative of the
Yeah,
globe.
I thought you did a great job, too. But he's going to think about it. Lumpy's an overthinker. Something basic, he'll just keep thinking about it and come back with something else. Trust me.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. But he seemed receptive. Right, I'm going to bosh up a thumbnail for this video we've just made, or the live video we've just made. Hopefully it doesn't draw close to the conversation. Otherwise I'll be rounding out shortly.
Trying to remember the conversation. Is this the one that was approved or supported from the Office of the Emissary? Is that
Wasn't
his question?
No, I think that was something completely different.
Oh. What was on?
When he came in this morning, he said basically, so you can say that we get the angles from hell. That's what I caught.
Oh, the mushroom sniffing bit.
What are you talking about, Adam?
The bit I'm remembering is I'm saying to him, at what point do you think you can go to the center of the earth, be surrounded by molten magma rock, and then see the stars to get the angle?
Hey everyone. Didn't he have a problem with the angle going from the tangent down to the center?
Ooh, Lumpy.
He couldn't understand how the bowlers were mathematically doing that.
Yeah, I think the bit he was struggling with was the fact that you start the equatorial plane inside the globe. Their apologies for having to move what they claim is measured on the curvy surface into the globe is superfluous to the fact that the measurement is already taking place. Therefore, the one that's accurate and the one that's used is the one inside the globe. So you're already starting with that measurement with the globe around you. But he's working backwards from them saying, we take it off the surface and then move it parallel inside the globe. It's like, no, there is no moving it inside. That's how it starts. You've got the globe wrapped around you from the off, if you're going to describe a globe at all. The fact that they work backwards from the surface that won't work with an angle measurement is neither here nor there. They're working into the globe so that they can make it work with the measurement from the equatorial plane. And upon explaining that, it was like, I get it now. And I used it by saying, imagine a semicircle wrapped around you with you taking the angle, and then the line that passes through the semicircle being the line it passes through the globe. Therefore, you can argue that if you were standing on that globe, that would be the angle that you moved into the actual angle that you've just measured inside hell. But at no point have you ever actually measured an angle from a curved surface. That's just an apologetic they make with an excuse of parallel light rays. But it's always been in the middle of the globe from the off, if you want to look at it in that way.
Yeah, what they do is they're standing on a flat plane and they're surrounded by the celestial dome model, right? So they're taking an angle to the celestial dome, and then they're placing a globe in between that flat plane, like the surface of a globe, in between that flat plane and the celestial dome. So what that does is mathematically, where that hypotenuse is going through that dome to the point on the celestial dome, through the globe to that point on the celestial dome, that is their distance. That is their arc. That's what they do. They start off pre-assuming that they're dealing with a celestial dome, and then mathematically place a globe's curved surface in between them and that celestial dome. Purely mathematical, of course.
Pretty clever.
Well,
yeah, no. Yes and no.
Not really. It's more out of a requirement, isn't it, Nathan? Because they can't be on a globe doing it out any other way.
How is it not clever when all the world believes we're standing on a globe?
That just comes from repeating the lie over and over again. That's quantity over substance, Neil. Yes, Nathan. Well, I'm glad we got that clear.
I'm sorry, I'm driving, so.
Yeah, have a listen. It was in today's pre-show, Adam. If are you a member? Might not be a member at the moment.
No, I need to flag a membership at some point. I'm sure it'll pop up at some point. But I remember the other guy more as well. Was it Bacon? Really? Oh, Brian made some great films.
Yes, it was Bacon too. Bacon and Lumpy.
Yeah, Lumpy just seemed confused more than anything.
Yes. But Bacon is a little snake.
Well, Bacon was confused too, to be honest with you, because he couldn't understand why you couldn't get your correct latitude off of what he's claiming to be a refracted position.
Right, yeah, but he doesn't think he's confused. He thinks we're confused.
Yeah, he does. He has to draw that out for himself, because even if he's dealing with a 7/6R effective sphere, that means he thinks he's getting his correct latitude on the surface of a 3959 sphere while referencing a 4618 sphere. Do you know what I mean? It's just impossible. Even within their power, like as in within their paradigm, it's impossible for them to get a correct latitude. Whereas we just have to say, yeah, we're getting the correct latitude of the surface of Earth. You know, it's not a globe. That proves, like, not that we need to prove, but for anyone else, that totally proves it's not a globe. If you're in any fantasy world thinking it's a globe, well, how are you getting your correct latitude between the visible sea horizon and Polaris, considering that's not the geometric edge of your globe?
Should I call the show Dave McKeegan Doesn't Do Level?
I missed the show. I'd say it was pretty good, though.
Dave McKeegan
How about
doesn't.
Dave Twangles McKeegan is a retard? How about that? See Boeing manufacturing plant.
Yeah, I've gone with Dave McKeegan Doesn't Do Level. And then I put him with a little speech bubble going, shh, don't mention level.
That's they're gonna put up their Dunning-Kruger deflector shields. They're gonna say level's not flat or horizontal. It conforms to the liquid parts of the earth.
Why didn't he mention that then? Why didn't he say that?
Why didn't he mention what? Why didn't he mention what?
Level not being level. There's an
Well,
argument.
that's already taken as read.
Oh yeah, but you could say I have to level the tool, and level's comporting with the outside edge of a sphere, I presuppose. And that'll make perfect sense. He just didn't mention it, did he? Because it doesn't make sense.
No.
It's nonsense.
Dave Nonsense McKeegan.
Nonsense.
I just can't take him serious.
What's he get? A new name every video? No more triangles?
No, he'll always be triangles.
Also, he stated a compare and contrast between digital cameras and the human eye. Remember when he did that when we all fell asleep? Well, that's incorrect. Digital cameras use the photoelectric effect. Our eyes don't work that way.
Now,
Just
that's
a
something
point.
I would have never known.
So even
Just
his
a point
boring
of order,
nonsense.
Your Honor.
So even his boring nonsense subterfuge was wrong.
Yep.
But it was wrong in one of his previous videos as well. He keeps on going into these sections in these videos where he starts going into all this detail about something, and he seems to continually get his facts wrong. Because I've noticed that with him a couple of times. He's going through a subject, some boring aspect of the subject that has nothing really to do with flat or globe, and then he gets it wrong anyway.
Yeah, the eyes deal with photoisomerization. That's in fact how ironic. That's how evening caught my attention.
Many years ago.
Yeah,
Tell us more.
Many years ago, he was talking about the cis-trans conformational change in the human eye.
God, yeah.
Adam was.
Yep.
I didn't even. Those were 3 words I've never heard before. One more time.
No, I don't know those.
Run it by me again.
Which 3? And evening? Those words?
Yeah, those, yeah.
I think we was talking about rods and cones and stuff.
Okay, that's a language I can understand because that's been explained to me because I'm colorblind.
So it was a long time. But I got my balls out, didn't I?
Excuse me?
What?
Well, you're just going to fill us in on this conversation you had.
Well,
No, God, no. I'd rather have a cheese grater taken to my knuckles. Talk about something else.
Yes, you would.
when I say I got my balls out, I meant my atomic balls. So
Oh my!
I know.
With the
You
little
know I had
sticks that
atomic
connect
balls,
together on the
didn't you?
little pegs.
Yeah. So I was just putting them together to show how, even though it's the same molecule, in terms of the bonds, they're non-superimposable. So they're kind of like a mirror image. So you can't overlay the molecule on each other because the 4 covalent bonds that come off the stereo carbon in the middle that you're going to get the isomerism from. It means the way you place the bonds, even though they're the same, you can't put the molecule on top. It is just in a mirror image. So that's in all of nature, this isomerism. So people will probably be familiar. Thalidomide is a good example. So there was nothing wrong with the drug thalidomide in of itself, the one side, that isomer, and it would have just had no ill effects. But the stereoisomer was the thing that caused the teratogenic effects. So the thalidomide has been re-released
I
now.
blame you, Neil.
Just isolating.
Neil, shut up! I'm trying to listen. Hello.
Up.
Hello.
He's losing everyone. He just
He's
said
not. I'm
thalidomide.
listening. He's not losing everybody. How dare you?
Shut up.
I want to listen to him. Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, but tell him, Adam, tell him what was thalidomide was used for God's sake.
I know what it was used for. Carry on, Adam.
Most people don't.
Fine.
So
You have an audience, for God's sake.
there's an antihistamine used for natal God, what is it? Postnatal sickness, isn't it? Pregnancy sickness.
Yes.
It was given for that purpose. And like I said, it's been re-released just as the stereoisomer. But probably the simplest example is thyroxine. So patients that are thyroxine dependent, people that have thyroid issues, they take a thing called thyroxine. But if you look at the actual name of the drug, it's levothyroxine. So in the process, because that's the biologically active image, stereoisomer that actually has the effect. So when we're making that pharmaceutical, we'll refine it and just have that stereoisomer, not the D isomer. It's the L, levothyroxine.
Yeah, D and L's.
Yeah, dextro and levo, which is the rotational direction of the molecule.
Go ahead, John. Where are you at right now?
I'm levothyroxine dependent, and I am bored to fucking death.
No swearing.
No swearing. I thought that was fascinating. Thank you for telling us, Adam.
So that's what got your attention?
Well, wouldn't it get yours? Hell
No,
yeah, it got his
just my
attention.
Just got my attention when Twangles made the comparison between digital photography and eyesight.
They're working to their audience's standards, aren't they? He knows he's got a numpty audience that won't check.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know. I'm not suggesting I'm some brain of Britain, but by the same token, you just glance past it and go, oh, whatever, that's fine.
Yeah, you got it, Nathan. That's exactly right. He can do that because his audience is dumber than he is.
Good afternoon. Good evening.
What's up, D?
What's going on? Squeezing in some time with my fellas. I got a break.
Got a break?
Yeah, got a little break. Yeah, we get 30 minutes lunch.
I would have quit that job a long time ago if it interfered with Flat Earth debate this much.
Why is the traffic too heavy?
Well, until Flat Earth debate plays my mortgage and everything else, I'm gonna stick with what I got right now.
What?
You
Flat
get
Earth
30
debate pays your mortgage? What did you just say?
Yeah, I said until I told Neil and I said until this Flat Earth thing pays my mortgage, I'll be sticking with this right here, what I got now, and enjoy what I can.
Yeah, I would have quit a long time ago.
Yeah, well,
You got to watch out for those fast cars, though.
who Neil does, right?
Fast cars?
No, you.
Who drives fast car?
No.
If you're picking up cans by the side of the road, you gotta watch out for the fast cars.
On the side of the road. Why would I be on the side of the road?
You're picking up cans? You don't remember that? We talked about your job it's been a few weeks. That's what I was.
Yeah, I remember. You threw that in there. Yeah, but nobody else said anything. They didn't further allude to it.
Yeah.
We just got a little chuckle out of it. You threw it up in the background. I said, "Yeah, I'm at work right now." You said, "Picking up cans."
Supervised.
Yeah, that's right.
But it was funny because yesterday when I was on here listening to y'all, and I looked on the Discord. I don't know, maybe it was a glitch in the Discord or my internet or something, but it seemed like a comment I made on the day y'all were talking to. I think it was John and Johnny and somebody else, some Globe guy, and they was talking about I think Brian or either Refractive threw up a question. I think it was Brian. He said something about wouldn't it be a circular continuance, whether it was, on a flat Earth as well as the way y'all claim. So I put a big long thing on there on Discord, and I went back to I got a response. So I got a notification that somebody responded. Somebody responded who was like a troll on there, and it was like it still was there. Like I know people made comments afterwards. Now I went back today, and I can see there's numerous comments underneath it. But at that time, somebody said, "Anybody disagree? Agree with this guy?" But basically, what I was saying was east to west. Whether you look at the imaginary belief of the globe going east continuously, or if you look at the compass, or if you look at the flat earth reality going east continuously, yes, you will go in a circle in both manners. You will continue from point A and go right back to point A when you get to the full circle. And I don't understand how can somebody not understand that? Because even if you believe in the globe, if you fly from San Francisco and keep going west, you're going to eventually get right back to San Francisco, passing New York and going across the United States to get back to San Francisco in a circle.
Oh, you're talking about the conversation Brian
Yeah.
had with Elder Bear.
There you go, Elder Bear. Yeah, and Elder Bear was the one. There's the name. That's the person that responded on the Discords under mine saying, anybody disagree or agree with this guy? Please put down yes or no. But nobody responded.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, denying. I was just going to say, denying circumnavigation ain't a good look.
No, but you know why he's mixed up? Because the people he hangs in with are mixed up, and you know why they're mixed up? Because on the grid map that they place onto the UK, right, east will be perpendicular to north, and west will be perpendicular to north, and south will be in the opposite direction to north, right? But what they don't realize is that grid map, right, the east will be latitude lines and the west will be latitude lines and the north and south will be longitude lines because they're using the universal transverse Mercator. That's what they're doing when they're doing that. So when he thinks that east and west, I knew this yesterday, and I said that's why I said to him, I said, that's on a grid map. And he never said that, and then he disappeared a minute later, so I never got to continue it on with him. But I know, because I remember hearing them talking about this on the show, on Bev's show some while back. It was a good while back. And I was listening in going, you don't have a clue, do you? You know what I mean? They don't realise that why he's
But you know what it is?
Well, because the universal transverse Mercator is a grid map, but it's a globe grid map because it's a grid map
Exactly.
of the latitude and longitude grid on a globe. But they use it on countries and continents separately, and that's why they think, well, east and west just must be straight, perpendicular to north. No, that's the map. That's the grid map that's showing you that. In reality, east and west are going around in a circle around north, because they don't realize that they're not realizing that all those east and west are latitudes. Do you know what I mean? This is the problem.
Right. Right.
Yeah, you understand it, Dero. You were on the sea. You understand
But that was my whole thing on my Discord thing. I said, think of their imaginary globe as a basketball. You know how basketballs have the lines? Those lines from the very top going down would be your longitudinal. And if you took some little circle lines and made about 16 of those going across, those would be your latitudinal. And if you peel the covering off of the basketball and then you put the top of the basketball and you flattened it out, the center would be the same thing. and they would have the same longitudinal and latitudinal lines. It's the same thing. So they're thinking perpendicular. And if you look at it in a way of looking at it, perpendicular is like a straight line, vertical with a horizontal underneath it, right? Horizontal to vertical would be perpendicular, correct? That's what
Yeah, 90
perpendicular means,
degrees.
right?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
90
So the
degrees. Yeah.
latitudinal, so common sense, the latitudinal will go across the longitudinal. But if you're only walking east a few miles or traveling east a few miles, yeah, you would think that it's not a circle. But if you were to walk from Boston and drive all the way across to Washington State, get on a boat, keep going west, sail across, get on the land, and if you go, it's still going to be a circle. So I don't understand why people don't understand that when it comes to the imaginary concept of the globe or the compass or the um, the regular maps where the longitudinal and latitudinal lines are made the same way, where you got the north. I don't understand why they don't understand that concept. That's why I don't get it. They don't want to understand it.
No, they don't understand the universal transverse Mercator. You see, let me leave you in on some irony. Elder Bear is here, right? Trying to get on underneath our skin, asking us, how do you know anything about these? How do you know about the GP point of Polaris? How do you know about these elevation angles to lights in the sky? You know, this kind of rubbish, right? Not realizing that's where the latitude and longitude grid began and is measured from, right? Flat out elevation angles to Polaris. That they then placed on their globe, they then hijacked and placed, hijacked it. Just give me a moment. They then hijacked it, took all the south ends, diverging south ends of those longitude lines, and made them meet underneath, just like the north ends of the longitude lines meet. Then they took that globe and made it into a cylinder map, and took all the latitudes, right, and made them east-west, right. They were all on the x-plane, and all the longitudes made them north-south, and they're all on the y-plane. And they made an XY grid out of that out of their globe, right? With the X, all the X plane, right? Positive and negative X is east and west, right? And all the Y plane is positive and negative Y, north and south. And when they look when they're looking at a map of Britain and they see this grid map on Britain, right? That's used by surveyors, they don't realize that's also a subset of the universal transverse Mercator. So if you took all those latitudes and longitudes that were on that and placed them back onto the globe, all those lines would start to curve, right? They don't realize this. They don't understand where this came from. So Elder Bear is coming in here telling us that east and west is perpendicular to north, and he thinks he has some kind of clever point, not realizing that he has no idea about why that's shown like that on a map of the UK, not realizing where that came from. That came directly from the globe. He's accusing us of having globe ideas, yet the very thing that he's referencing is a globe idea. That's the very thing I'm arguing against, because that comes from the latitude and longitude grid on a globe. That was hijacked from the original latitude and longitude grid, which is measured on a flat plane. The other thing that he's slagging off, thinking he's smart. This is the problem. You have people over on BEVs and BEV themselves who don't understand things, yet they speak as if they have some epic knowledge and they don't know what they're talking about. And they have them coming over here asking us questions as if they have some kind of epic knowledge or point to prove, when they just don't understand the very thing that they're promoting as an argument in the first place. They don't understand why east and west are on the X plane on their grid map on the UK. I understand. I can bring them back through all the steps, and how it starts with the very elevation angles that they're laughing at. That's what.
And can one of you, Adam, Nathan, or can y'all present one of these maps on the screen to share, so I can see what you're talking about? Because I never seen one. I mean, I'm hearing what you're saying, but I can't visually.
You'll know when you see it.
The Mercator is the most common map you'll ever see ever of a world map. Really,
Right.
it's the most common one.
If you look at the Mercator, when you see the Universal Transverse Mercator map, GOs, look at Australia and you see the amount of longitude lines through Australia, right? That's all you need to know. That means that it's a globe map. Because the amount of longitude lines that goes through Australia is matching what's going through America.
Gotcha.
It's the same latitudes, right? And it doesn't, in reality, that's not the case.
That's not the truth, yeah.
Yeah, no, if you go to my channel and see my latest community post, I have the correct latitude and longitude grid on a map. The correct one. Laid out absolutely correct. Absolutely correct.
Because isn't in reality Australia wider latitudinally than United States?
What it is it's what it is that between Charleston, right, and Long Beach, Charleston, South Carolina, both of them are on the 32nd degree parallel north. So they're on the 32nd degree latitude north, right? There's 3 hours of correct local time between Charleston and Long Beach. Now, they do adhere to daylight savings time, but forget all that. Just there's 3 hours of correct. When you're talking about the correct UTC time, the correct Greenwich time, there's 3 hours between those locations. If you look at that, right, on the Gleason's map, or on my map, you will see the map on my channel, or the one I put it into Master B the other day. You will see that this fits with the longitude lines, because there's 15 degrees of longitude is 1 hour of correct local time. So there's 3 sections of longitude between Charleston and Long Beach. But when you go to Australia, there's only 2 hours of correct local time between Newcastle, which is placed just north of Sydney, and Perth, which is Western Australia. And Newcastle and Perth are both on the 32nd degrees parallel south. So that's the same parallel as Charleston and Long Beach are on, but south of the equator. Now, if we're on a globe, that means there has to be 3 hours of correct local time between Newcastle and Perth, but there isn't. There's only 2 in reality. And the reason there's only 2 is because the longitude lines diverge. So when you look at the Universal Transverse Mercator map, you will see that there is 3 longitude lines going through what will be the 32nd degree parallel, right? 2 or 3, when there should only be, in reality, there's actually only 1. So that map is a total lie.
Gotcha.
Obviously, because it's coming straight from a globe, which is a lie, and the proof of that is the correct local times, because they're based off of the original longitude positions, which are measured. That's the point.
Got it.
Say, Brian, I'd like to speak to that on terrestrial or land surveying. I think there's a lot to be said for them limiting the distance to 1.2 miles to try to get actual dimensions from an apparent height change. It would limit the amount of change that would be actually measured. But there's another thing for property owners. It's been stated that they'll adjust due to curve over distance. And that would be what is the name of them guys? Geodetic surveyors might try to be accounting for that, maybe. But to get an actual, yeah, go ahead. But you would be correct in saying that we would use the sun, because it would be angular change, and we would have to and then when you got a whole bunch of ocean, they can mark it all up. Anyway, I should go look at what you have there. Not trying to be in argument with anyone. I just struggled when I heard that you could use the hell, as it were, the center of Earth, as a reference that would in some way translate to the sphere, which would be curving. And anyway, I don't want to get into that argument at all, ever. And I never really meant to.
I straight on that today.
Well,
I thought you were
there's
good on
no way
that
to be.
after this morning.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine, Neil. I'm just saying that what I thought was the claim is that we're trying to draw some type of correlation to curving Earth to the plane in the center of Earth. And they couldn't be because one would curve and one would not curve. Now, I don't want to go back to that. I never will. But I wanted to bring that up, the limit that they put on land surveyors on account that they're trying to get actual heights from not actual heights, meaning the drop over distance is not going to correspond to the actual drop. And if they limit it to 1.2, it becomes less obvious. How do you feel about that, Brian?
Well, I don't really give it. To be honest with you, I don't really give it much thought because that would be in planar surveying, let's just say, right? But they still go from one point. They still will go from one section that they survey to the next section to the next section, and it all joins together like squares, like little squares. But geodetic surveying is what I focus on because they call planar surveying planar, so that they literally claim that they're treating the Earth as a plane. But geodetic surveying, they claim that they're treating the Earth as a sphere. But what they do in geodetic surveying, and because I know what they do, is they use triangles. A lot of geodetic surveying is triangles from high elevations between the elevation they're at and other elevations. So they're using trigonometry to determine the length of sides and angles between these three locations, and they're making triangles. Right now, a triangle is 180 degrees, three straight lines leading to three vertices. Right. So what they do then is mathematically they can then place those triangles that have just been measured in reality, triangles, right, and place them onto the convex surface of a globe, right? And what happens to them then is it bows out the lines, it makes the angles in between those lines more than 180 degrees, and it creates what's known as spherical excess, right? When you hear this rubbish. Because what that means is they've just created an area in the center of those three lines. It's not a triangle anymore, but let's just call it what they call spherical triangles. They've just created an area in the center of those three lines that doesn't exist in reality. And when they have to reference reality, they have to take away that, which means they have to come back to a real triangle. Go and watch my video on it. If you haven't watched it, it's only one of my more recent ones. I've only made it in the past couple of months. I made other
Sure.
ones, but watch this one. This one, like
I
watch
agree
what they
with
have
what
to
you
do.
say here entirely. I just say that to add to, in reality, the drop that's happening over 1.2 miles isn't necessarily correspond to an actual height. And it would become obvious more, right? So geodetic surveying comes in to try to make straight lines out of lines that don't have an actual value as far as Z. And I'm not saying in reference to stars. What I'm saying is say a skyscraper will drop a lot rapidly initially. That doesn't correspond to Earth curve drop. And if looking at for example, a tall enough hill that's closer to you, that measured drop couldn't correspond to Earth curve within the 1.2 mile, even if they say that they're using these numbers to draw triangles on Earth. And God, difficult to say. But when you look at drop over distance with perspective to make straight lines, got it.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
Drop
Good.
over. Yeah. See, this is why they add in. This is one of the reasons why they have to add in 7/6R and all this other nonsense, because they're not matching reality with their drop formula.
Yeah.
So they're hijacking perspective, right? With the drop,
exactly.
with the apparent drop of due to angular size change over this.
You're welcome.
But then, well.
Thank you, Huey. As much as a man can love a man, I'm honored to have met you. Thank you. And everybody, we're all trying to be accurate. We're all trying to do our best, and God bless everyone. At least if you're not a deceiver. Yeah, really honest.
Is Adam here? Still here?
Yeah.
You still here?
Yeah, I'm about.
And like, Lumpy, are you done with Brian? I didn't want to interrupt. Go ahead. I just want Adam to stay because I got a statement for him.
I just wanted to point out that 1.2 mile limit is it has potential deception within it. That limit that they say for land surveyors, and that's it. I'm good. I just wanted the audience also here, and I'm good. Yes, thank you.
I don't think you'll ever be good, Lumpy. You'll come with something else tomorrow.
Shut up, Neil.
Oh, and I want to address Elder Bear when I just read something he said upon my comment. He said, question mark, sounds like a glober. You take a basketball, unpeel it, and lay it down on the floor, as if to imply that the globe created the flat map. But that pulled them in. That's exactly what I wanted to do, because I had to break it down an example for second and third graders, like I stated it was, to be able to comprehend in their minds when their eyes are closed of taking a basketball and unpeeling it and laying down the peeling of that basketball on the ground. But in reality, we all know that it was just the opposite. They made the peeling to go around the basketball. So it's the reverse. So if anything, to an incomprehensible pseudo intellect, that would sound like a globus concept that I put on Discord for them to, for
You're
their
going the wrong
perspective
way,
to be that way.
Heroes. One second. Let me help you. Let me help you. Right. The way you're going, you're trying to explain something to him, and he'll hand wave away on that. What you need to do is look at the Universal Transverse Mercator and the grid map of the UK, right, based off of the Universal Transverse Mercator, and ask them, what is that grid map based off of? Ask him.
Okay.
To show you latitude and longitude on that grid map, and he will show you, and then you can point out to him that is a perversion, right? That comes from the Universal Transverse Mercator, which is a cylinder map of the globe. So when he's trying to point at you and say you're using a globe, he's the one using a globe. When you're talking about the latitude and longitude grid in reality, which is what you're trying to talk about there, you're not using a globe. That's what was hijacked by a globe. So after they hijacked the thing that you're talking about, they then hijacked it and made the cylinder map that he is using. And he pointing at you as if you're the one using a globe. He's the one using a globe. He doesn't even realize it.
Okay.
He doesn't realize that. So ask him where he got that map from. That's all you need to do. And you don't even have to know everything. Just ask him, where did you get where did the latitude and longitude grid come?
Right. I know where you're coming.
On the positions, where do they come from? What map does that originate from? And he won't know unless he's listening to this.
I know what you're talking about, but that wasn't even my comment. It wasn't regarding anything that has to do with longitudinal or latitudinal lines. Mine had to do with somebody who was asked about if you keep going east in one way, and you will get to the same point. Either I think it was you that said it. That was my point of whether you take a marker. If you look at my Discord thing, I said it for second and third graders to understand, and they understand. But he doesn't understand because it was I guess maybe too sophisticated for him to be able to even picture in his mind what I said. Simple. Whether you take a piece of paper, a map, a flat map, and you see that in the center, Polaris is the center. We know it's the center, whether it's the top of the ball, we know the so-called South Pole is on the bottom of the ball. Either way, if you consider Polaris the north, and you peel that ball and you lay it down flat, the same circle that you drew around that basketball or that baseball or whatever spherical shaped thing that you use to try to say, here's a good example of what our earth is supposed to be. And you peel that ball and you laid it down flat, you will still have a circle when you look down at that paper of that wrapping. It will still be a circle. That's the point that I was saying. It was nothing about, debating about longitudinal and latitudinal lines being
Yeah, but
perpendicular.
you have to listen to me a second. Where he's getting this issue from is from a misunderstanding of the map that he's looking at that comes from a globe. He's attacking you, saying you're using some kind of globe thing, not realizing that he's the one using the globe, not you. He's using the globe, and he doesn't know. And I would have held him to task on that yesterday if he hadn't disappeared. But he disappeared. He claimed he wasn't getting the chance to talk and left. He's the one that's using the globe. With the grid map he's using, that's based off a globe, all those positions. He doesn't understand the map he's using because he doesn't understand some of the finer intricacies within surveying.
What was the question that you proposed to him, Brian, that he would not answer?
Yeah, I said if I go, I said,
How was the UK?
Oh, now you want to answer?
brilliant. Here he is. Yeah.
Well,
Is this what I didn't get a chance to correct you on
I was
yesterday?
listening.
I remember the
word,
quote
Brian. Just
verbatim. If you go
wait a
from one
second.
point and continue going east, will you not reach that point in a full circle? And the person never answered the question. They jumped off into something else.
Hang on.
Nah, Brian
How
asked him a
was
different question.
How was the UK originally mapped out then, Brian?
They're using latitude and longitude off of the Universal Transverse Mercator.
We didn't have a map before. How did they first map
they
the
converted
UK?
all those positions. They converted all those positions. That's what they
They
call
didn't have a map.
local. Yeah, they converted all those positions when they did have a map. The one you're looking at now that you're confused about.
They triangulated it, didn't they?
You're using the map you're referencing. The map you're referencing, right? When you say that north is perpendicular, that east and west are perpendicular to north, that map is from the Universal Transverse Mercator, and that's a cylinder map of the globe. Yeah, yes, you think that you can turn around and say to us that we're using the globe when you're using the globe, not us.
No, I was
But
trying.
you don't know what
Brian,
they're talking about.
slow down, Brian. I was trying to work out, where you do and where you don't. Now, how was the land first mapped in the UK? How did they do it?
Triangles.
Triangles. With right angles.
When did they do this? When did they do this? You're
Well,
saying they didn't have a map. When did they do this? What year?
Answer, Elder Bear.
In the 1700s, when they first mapped the land.
1700s.
Right?
And they had maps before 1700s. They had mapped the world before the 1700s.
No, but they had to map. Yeah, but the land wasn't mapped. They needed to have, accurate
but
maps.
all the points on that land are then converted to Universal Transverse Mercator.
No, I'm talking about right in the beginning.
The one you're confused with. When you say that north is perpendicular to east and west are perpendicular to north, and you're saying we're using a globe. No, it's you that's using a globe. That comes directly from the Universal Transverse Mercator, and that comes from a globe.
No, I'm talking about when they originally mapped the land, they did
That's
it with
not your claim.
triangulation.
Your claim yesterday. I know how they originally mapped the land, but that's not your claim.
All right.
Your claim was that east and west are perpendicular to north. That's your claim. Right?
That's how I understand it.
You're trying to say to us, you're using some kind of globe thing when we're not using the globe. It's you who's using the globe, because you don't even understand where that XY grid came from.
Right. Hang on then. You don't want to go there, Brian. I don't
Are
know
you
whether
going
you've
to
been
concede?
drinking.
Are you going to concede?
No, I'm not going to concede. Because
okay, get us the map. Get us the map. Get us the map that shows east and west perpendicular to north. Get us that map.
All the Ordnance Survey maps of the UK have a grid on them. They are angles
correct.
in the corners.
And where does that grid come from?
Yes. And they go
What's
north to
vertical
south.
and local horizontal? What's local vertical and local horizontal?
Hang on. Oh,
in surveying.
Local. So, and that's how they were. That's how it was
local
originally
vertical
mapped.
and local horizontal? Answer the question. What's local vertical and local horizontal in surveying? Which
Is that,
who knows
is
what
that
they're talking
like?
about?
What do you mean local? I mean a right
What's
angle is a
local
right
vertical
angle.
and local horizontal in surveying? What is it?
Slow down, Brian. It's a
I don't need to slow down. You need to answer. I don't need any slow down. I don't need any ad homs. I need you to answer your fucking answer.
I'm not ad homing. I'm not ad homing.
Right. I need you to answer the question. What's local vertical and local horizontal in surveying?
Horizontal and vertical are perpendicular
local
to each
vertical
other.
and local horizontal. What is it in surveying?
Yeah, but that's what I hear from people who talk about the globe. That it's only local. But when you go over a distance,
I have to talk. I'm asking you what is it because I have to talk about this because you're referencing the globe, which are perpendicular east and west to north. And you're trying to lay that at our door when it's you that's referencing the globe. You're saying you're using a globe. No, you are. And you don't even realize it because you're ignorant of the topic.
Well, when they first mapped the land, they did it with triangulation.
Yeah, well, I know that. I know all about it. If you want to go into that, we can go into that as well. Have no doubt. I can go right into that. No bother. But we're talking about your claim concerning east and west and north. Now, you made a claim the other day concerning that, and you're not the first person to make that claim. Now, I need you to support that claim.
You sound angry. Stop.
I am angry, Elder Bear, because I have people like you coming in here who won't answer any questions. One second. Don't derail it. Don't derail it. Don't derail
it's because that's what he does. What he taught you to do. Shut up, QE, and sit down.
No, don't derail it. Right?
Yeah, you shut the fuck up.
Okay, stop. Everyone stop. No swearing, first and foremost. Stop. First of all, please stop swearing. Number two, all we've reached is the point where Elder Bear is being asked to substantiate his perpendicular north, east, south, and west. That's all that we're at.
It's actually gone past that because my problem with Elder Bear is he has come in attacking us saying we're using a globe when we're using latitudes as a circle. When they're measured off a flat plane, they're the very thing that were hijacked and turned into a globe. That is then turned into the Universal Transverse Mercator map that they now place on as an XY grid on the UK surveying maps. And that's the one he's getting his east and west perpendicular to north from. And he's trying to point the finger at us and saying you're using a globe. When we're not specifically not using a globe, he's using the globe. And now he wants to talk about triangulation in the 1700s. No, he needs to that's a red herring diversion. That's what's going on.
That's where Brian, that's where my understanding of the cardinal directions being perpendicular to each other, okay? That's where it comes from.
But they couldn't, you said they didn't even have a map. That was incorrect for a start. They didn't have a world map.
Hold on, Brian. Where's there? Do you mean the transverse Mercator?
I've lost you. I don't know if you can hear me.
I'm asking, you said that's where I've got my understanding from. Well, where is there? Is it the transverse Mercator that you've got your understanding from in terms of those parallel lines with north running up to multiple points?
From the understanding that when they first mapped the land, they used triangulation. And they had
that has nothing to do with the grid map you're talking about.
They had northings and eastings, and they were perpendicular to each other. Yeah, but and then on the Ordnance Survey maps, there's also a grid there that goes north, and they're to scale. So if you go north, then that's where you're going to get to. If you go east, that's where you're going to get to. So that's where that understanding comes from. Now I know you're a bit upset because you don't think I have original thought. But who has original thought?
No, that's not the reason
has got
I'm
original
upset.
thought anywhere? We all
That's not the
learn
reason I'm
something.
upset.
We all no. You're trying to always connect me to Bev. All right, you need to stop.
Why don't you answer the question Brian asked you?
Yeah, hang on. Yeah,
we all learn things from other people. Okay.
Hang on.
I haven't accused you of anything. I know you are.
You've accused. You just said a minute ago that I'm taking orders from my boss or some nonsense like that, and you've written some stuff like that.
A minute ago.
If I remember correctly, right? So don't be trying to point fingers at me. Now let's get away from this nonsense that you're trying to red herring away from the point with. Let's get back to the point, right? You have been coming in here pointing the finger at us, saying that we're using a globe when we're specifically, because you don't understand what we're talking about, we're specifically not using a globe. But when you reference that XY grid on the UK, on that surveying map, you are referencing a globe, because they match all their measurements, they match them mathematically to the coordinates of the globe. That's why the X and Y, and that is the Universal Transverse Mercator map that they're using, that is why the X and Y, right, is latitude and longitude. Sorry, latitude and longitude. That's why that is. But in reality, latitude and longitude is not an XY grid. That's what the universal transverse Mercator map does. So I think it's a bit rich to you. You can come in here and try and attack us.
Stop.
Go on.
You have the information. Don't tell him why he's Rich coming here doing anything. That's it. Just put a line under it. Fine. He's heard it.
I didn't come in here pointing fingers. I was trying to work out what was going on. And
No,
I
you
said to you
aren't.
what it
Shut up,
seemed,
Neil.
what it seemed to me, right? So I understood that when they first mapped the land, it was by triangulation. So if that was like the first time things were done, there was no sphere in there. There's no spherical anything.
But
It was
there was.
right angles, north, in the cardinal direction. It was by triangulation, right? Now, whatever happened after that, and whatever model it was wrapped on, you know, because you just described a little while ago about those triangles being put onto a sphere where the edges were curved, they were made spherical triangles. So they were triangles in the first place.
No, that's a slightly different.
To make them spherical, to then make them spherical, to then tell me that you wrapped them onto a cylinder, blah blah, and then reversed it so that the map that like you're showing now is like the original map that was wrapped around a ball. But from what I understand, it was mapped by triangulation.
Yeah,
and
no,
not
you're right.
anything to
It
do
was
with the
mapped by
stars.
triangulation.
Hang on, yeah, nothing to do with stars, and that was added later to fit with the globe.
Yes, you are correct.
Right. So
I'm going to give you a Jews.
Okay.
You are correct about that.
Okay. So that's where my understanding. Listen, what's happened is that I came into this question probably stupidly, really. All right, and to have a look at this, and it was quickly pointed out that the globe has so many faults. All right, I wasn't that tied to it, and so you have to put that aside. So I try to put that aside and not consider it at all, and try to look at reality and work out, okay, if it's not that, what is it, right? And then if I look at those things that say that was mapped out by triangulation, I think, well, they didn't account for a sphere. It was right angles. There was a north, south, east, and west that were perpendicular. Now, I don't know what's gone on in history to wrap it round balls and convince people of whatever. But that's, I think, well, that's what they did in the beginning. Somewhere along the line, somebody switched it, changed it, confused people.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's going back to original.
Hold on, Brian. He's nearly there.
Okay, hang on. So that's going back to something original. All right, to try and work out, because this is what I thought this journey was about: reality, finding out what it is, as far as we can. I mean, we can't. Nobody's seen it. I don't know anybody's ever seen it. So there's a lot of stories going on that don't comport to reality, and all we've got is reality. So I'm just trying to work it out as far as I can see, as far as I can know, because that's the key to this, isn't it? What do you believe and what do you know? Now, I can apply that to the flat earth too. Now, you're happy, Brian, if I agree with you, and you'll be happy that I was influenced by you and I go away and tell somebody else what you told me. But I can't get any information from somewhere else and think, well, that makes sense. Let's follow this and see where it goes. You have some issue with somebody else. Now you've put it on to me. It's a bit sad. So
no, it's not a bit sad.
That's where my
Let's not focus on that.
idea.
All right, I've stopped you, Brian, and I'll stop him now. Right. All right, up until the last sentence, fantastic. Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, there's no
as
need
long
for
as
that
everybody
last
else
sentence.
stops, that's fine.
I'll stop him, I promise.
No, right. In the 1700s, right, that's when the globe turned up, right? It wasn't in existence before that, and I'm not going to go into that now, right? There's a reasons why it wasn't, right? In the 1700s, that's when the globe turned up. Yes, they did triangulate the UK in the 1700s, right? They triangulated here in Ireland in the 1700s, I think, or 1600s, anyway, but it was around that time, right? They did do that. That is correct. But when you see that where all the X, right, and all the Y's all the X relate to latitudes and all the Y's relate to longitudes, When you see that on a map, on a surveying map today, right, that's directly connected back to the Universal Transverse Mercator map. And my issue was that you were saying that east and south or east and west were perpendicular to north, right? And you're using it to us as if it was some kind of an argument, and while also saying to us, you were implying that we were using the globe, when what we're talking about is pre-globe. It's where the globe came from. It's where it was. It's what they hijacked and then mathematically created the globe. They then mathematically create the Universal Transverse Mercator map. They then use that XY grid on the surface of the UK surveying maps. Now, that's why I asked you about local vertical and local horizontal. Because local vertical and local horizontal is something that is used, right? There's no such thing as local vertical and local horizontal, right? We all know that. But they have to preface it that way when they're using it, right? When they're surveying, right? And then they transform those local verticals and local horizontals to fit the Universal Transverse Mercator map in the XY version that you will see on your map. That's why on the map, east and west will be perpendicular to north, right? In reality, east and west is a circle. In reality, that's how it's measured, as a circle. The globe hijacked that, and that's what was hijacked to create the globe. And then they turned that into Universal Transverse Mercator map and hijacked all the surveying, everything that was done at the time, around the 1700s, that all eventually got swallowed up by globe stuff. That's why we're all in the position we're in. So when we're talking about celestial navigation, we're talking pre-globe. That's not globe. They hijacked that also, just like they hijacked surveying. So if you look at surveying, they've hijacked surveying completely. They've done the same with celestial navigation, yet none of them have origins in globe, because they can't do, because of the processes that they use in surveying and the processes that they use in celestial navigation make it impossible for any of them to have been formulated on the surface of a spherical object. That's my point. So when I tell you due to bed, because I know you hang in with bed.
Right, stop.
I'm just
Stop.
giving
I don't care.
Clarity.
I don't care. Stop.
Right.
Wonderful. Thank you, Brian.
So, Brian, what you just did was dropped all the models and all the imagination in between the first triangulation to now and all the stuff that's gone on to confuse that. Now you're saying that it goes in circles. So
Yes.
it's centric. All right. So if I'm standing now looking north, and I turn
It's always a mess.
and I
How's your
turn
day?
Don't be off mute.
Mike and Lumpy.
Lumpy, you're hot
Oops.
miking, mate. Bloody hellfire. It's hard enough as it is. Go ahead, Edinburgh. Sorry about that.
So I'm facing north. All right. And then I turn to face west. I've turned 90 degrees. Yeah?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Then I walk in that direction. How long will it be before that straight line curves?
I'm sorry, Edinburgh. I already see a problem there, Brian.
Yeah.
If you're turning with respect to a
compass.
circle, hold on, let me just clarify, because
No,
at
I'm
this point,
turning
Edinburgh's
90
got you.
degrees.
I'm
to the
agreeing with you,
north
Edinburgh. Just
direction.
give me a sec. Right.
Okay.
At the point that you concede that you turn 90 degrees with respect to a circle, hang on a second. If a circle's meeting that line that points north, then you are not turning any degrees if you're turning with respect to a curve that is east, as you've described it. You agreed when he said you turn 90 degrees. Okay, well, notwithstanding the description that you've given of the hijacking of the elevation angles that are circles, how can you, Brian, agree with him when he says you turn 90 degrees? What, with respect to the circle that you're going to turn in? From this point forth, I'm nearly there. From this point forth, the example that I know is going to come from Edinburgh is going to pummel you. You realise that, right?
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
It's not.
Okay. I
No,
just want to get your reaction.
No, it's not, because I know what I'm talking about.
Just
You
stop.
should have left it off.
Stop. At the point that you concede that you're turning 90 to north.
Well done, Nathan. Well done. You're after just completely derailing it. You think I don't know what I'm talking about?
Okay, I'll let him continue. You've agreed. That's the point we're at. Okay, Edinburgh, he turned 90 degrees to north.
Spot.
He's got I've interrupted Edinburgh and he's very cordial. Let me. And now you're having a go at me. I'll let Edinburgh continue. I've interrupted his example where so far you've conceded you turn 90 degrees to north. Go ahead, Edinburgh.
Oh, it's just a cardinal direction, okay? Just facing north. And I turn 90 degrees from that northern position ahead of me, straight ahead of me. And I turn through 90 degrees on my spot, yes, and face west. And that's now 90 degrees west to north. And as I travel west in a straight line, that line is going to deviate from straight.
Yes. Do you know why? Because when you use that compass and you try and hold a straight line using a compass, right? Because the compass always points to north. What will happen if you try and hold a directly straight line from that? When you turn 90, you try and hold a directly straight line. What you're actually doing is making a tangent to a circle, basically. That's kind of what you're doing at that point. If you try and hold on that tangent, what's going to happen is north is not going to keep on being perpendicular to west for you at that point. It will show it on the compass, but north will be in a different direction than for you if you keep walking a straight line. North will keep on changing. If you continue going and trying to go in a straight line, north will keep on changing. Where you won't be going
Okay,
what
I
is
just
showing
want to
you
check if he
west
contests
on the
that.
compass.
Hold on.
Hang on, Nathan.
I need to check if he contests it. Just
Why can't you let me
pause for
finish?
10 seconds. Edinburgh, do you...
Steer it, Nathan. You're trying to steer it.
No,
Like,
I'm not. I'm asking if you agree.
yeah.
You fundamentally disagree, as I understand it. Therefore, it seems like a reasonable interjection point for you without you having to interrupt rudely. I'll get it in the neck rather than Edinburgh. From what I understand, from Edinburgh's position, would fundamentally disagree with that. And I want to ask him if he disagrees, because I know he does.
Well, you've already revealed that that's not possible in your mind.
Who has what? What?
You.
Not
you said
mine.
I couldn't turn 90 degrees to a curve.
No, you
So
can.
we know where
Stop.
you're thinking.
Hold on. Let me. No. You can, because
So,
you're
anyway,
describing that. Hold on, Edinburgh. He's describing the direction with respect to a compass always pointing north as you move
I
around
never
that
used the
circle.
compass.
So while
I
you're on
never
the
used the
tool
compass.
moving a direction that the compass infers, that's east and west, which is 90 to north on the tool, the actual positional values of those aren't going to stay 90 degrees, are they? They'll change as you move around from east to west. So while it's
You say that. You claim that.
That's how the latitude position is derived with a circle of equal... Unless you're denying that latitudes are circles of equal elevation.
We're talking about the compass here, Nathan. You're going off track. Please leave me talk to Elderbear. Right? Elderbear. My point being, right, and you can test this for yourself with a magnetic compass, right? Get a good magnetic compass, get a couple of compasses, and try going in a straight line as far as you can go. That will be 90 degrees. When you start off looking west, and you'll be perpendicular to north, based off of the compass rose, because you're placing yourself at the center of that compass. Now, will you try holding that straight line, right, and keep going in a straight line? And what will happen is you will find that you won't be going west after a while. You'll be going a deviation of west, southwest, northwest. You won't be going following west. You'll be going southwest more than likely. That's my point. So yeah, it shows it on a map when they're using the XY grid from the Universal Transverse Mercator, and it shows it on the compass rose. But when you keep on if you keep on going in that straight line, west will not keep on being in the same direction you're going. That's how they know. That's one of the ways they know it's a circle.
See, can I ask Elderbear something?
No. Let him pause.
Okay.
Edinburgh's going to reflect for a second. We're going to hear Edinburgh next. It's not a point to jump in, no.
So how did they get that triangulation in the first place? if they
But the
curve.
triangulation is triangles. I mean, you can triangulate. You can use triangles to survey the land. That's like you can totally do that. But that has no relevance to north, south, east, and west when you're triangulating using triangles. When using trigonometry to survey the land, that has no relevance to. That doesn't have any direct connection to north, south, east, and west.
But they were mapped north, south, east, and west. The grids were mapped out that way.
Yeah, because that's when the globe started coming in.
No, but you're saying that is that now. You're saying in
Well,
reality.
it is now, yeah.
In
it
reality,
is like that.
so if they're north, if they were using north, all right, then that grid would also be circular. It wouldn't. It couldn't
No,
be.
because
They couldn't be triangulated
no,
because you
because
can't get an
because
angle from a curve.
yeah, but that's because they're not using the latitude and longitude grid when they're surveying. As in, they use the Cartesian coordinates when they're surveying because they're using triangles as well. So they're using a Cartesian grid, which is what the universal transverse Mercator is. It's an XY Cartesian grid. When they're surveying, they're
North,
using
south,
Cartesian grid,
east, west.
and they convert it. They can convert it to latitude and longitude, and that's why they use the universal transverse Mercator, because it's an easy conversion. Because you're conversion from one grid, one Cartesian grid to another Cartesian grid, back to the globe. That's how they do it.
But you're talking about the magic in between. I'm talking about in the first place when they triangulated it. If they were following north, and those latitude lines were north and south, northings, right?
I didn't hear that last bit.
And
Say again.
northings, northings and eastings, all right? That's how how it was mapped. So if they were going in a circle, how did they create triangle and make a grid?
But they didn't start off using north, south, east, and west. They start off with using triangles to determine distances between points. It's after that they convert that then afterwards. They don't start off with a grid. If they started off with a grid, they wouldn't need to triangulate. Do you understand? You wouldn't need to use triangles then.
Grid.
The whole point of the triangles was to map out portions, small portions, and then add them all together, and then make a grid out of it.
They formed a grid from the triangulation. It didn't exist before. Same as there wasn't maps before that were mapped in that way accurately.
Yeah, but they had to start
So why
with
did
the
they
triangle.
call them northings and eastings if they had no relation to north or east?
When they were originally not called northings and eastings, they were originally called X and Y, and obviously Z then for elevation. The northings and eastings comes in afterwards. Originally, they're XYZ Cartesian or XY Cartesian, whichever. 2 and 3 dimensional. So they didn't start off with northings and eastings. The northings and eastings thing comes in when the globe has overtaken everything. That's when that comes in. And that was my point concerning the east and west being perpendicular to north, is that comes from the universal transverse Mercator map originally.
So the original maps could have been running several degrees away from north then. Is that what you're saying? That they were a diagonal across the land, if you like.
Well,
they had
you
no
can
relation
use
to
the
north
grid
at
map.
all.
But you can use the grid map. If you're talking about the UK, right, as a landmass, you can use the grid map in such a way where all the X's can be, if you want to pre-assume them to be east, right, and west, and all the Y's north and south. You can do that, right, if you want. But north is not going to be in a direct, straight line in the same direction. As in, north is not going to keep on holding a perpendicular to your east and west. Like that is what you're basically creating is a tangent of on a circle, a tangent point on a circle when you're turning
It was
90
just
degrees.
mapping the land, though. It was just triangulating the actual land.
Yes, but
And
the
then
triangles are not connected to the.
and that was the triangulation laid out the grid, and then the elevation came after that and measured the elevation, and then gave the contours to the land. And generally, there was a little N on the top of the map that pointed in the direction of north.
When you
And it
say
was a grid.
sorry to interrupt, when you say the triangulation gave us the grid, but the grid is in reference to north, south, east, and west, isn't it?
Well, when they mapped it out, but they had to map it out to get the scale.
Right. Well, therefore they're using north, south, east, and west as opposed to the triangulation that they're measuring.
But they can't get that though, can they?
But what Elder Bear is talking
How
about?
can they get that?
Is,
How can they get a triangle if there's a if it's curves?
well, they
Nobody's
didn't. There
suggesting
is
it's
no
curved.
curved triangle.
What do you mean if it's curved? Nobody's suggesting it is.
The
but
east-west is curved. You said it goes. It's centric to the pole.
yeah,
So how
because
did they get
didn't.
those
This is what I'm
triangles
saying about the
if
Cartesian.
to an angle to a curve? How did they do that?
They didn't. They converted. What they did is they're using triangles and they're using Cartesian, right? Because the Cartesian grid system was also hijacked by the globe. That's what the whole point of the Universal Transverse Mercator map is, to hijack the Cartesian grid system. Because the Cartesian grid system turned up in the 1600s, right? In the 1700s, then the globe turns up and hijacks it. This is the thing about it. So you're using a grid system throughout the UK back in the 1700s, and you're surveying with triangles, right? And squares, because you're using a grid, right? And they are going to be dealing with elevations too. But when things became globe, all those X's that were on the XY plane all become east-west, and all those Y's become north-south, right, to fit the Universal Transverse Mercator map. And that's why I brought up local vertical and local horizontal area, because they'll go out and GPS uses it too, local vertical and local horizontal, and there's this point or coordinate that's there, and then they will convert that to the Universal Transverse Mercator map. They'll say, right, at this point, it's going to be this, and this is the actual coordinates for here, and they'll give it a globe coordinates. Yet nothing they've done is the measurement of the globe. What I spoke about earlier concerning the triangle is where they get spherical excess from. It's purely mathematical. Because when they go out, because I know, as I said, you've probably heard me say it before, my mother's partner is a retired geodetic surveyor. They use triangles in massive areas between three mountains, right? And it's after that it's placed mathematically onto the surface of the globe. After they've actually measured it, just as a pure triangle.
You're drifting now, Brian. So, right, in reality, the east and west is not perpendicular to north and south, is what you're saying. It's a circle. Now,
Yes,
if they knew that in reality, and that's reality, and they knew that in reality, how did they get triangles and grids when they knew that it was in a circle?
Because they're creating
How many times are we going to go over this? How many times?
Because just let me just say this one point then. Because they're creating the triangles and the grid in small areas, so they can pre-assume that they're perpendicular in that small area. You understand? Because this is everything with grid. If you take a Cartesian grid, every one of those squares can be broken down into 4 squares. And every one of those can be broken into 4 more. And every one of them can be broken into 4 more, like Russian dolls. That's how the grid works. So they can do that from a point or in a small area that they've surveyed, and they could do it in the next area that they surveyed the next day. But it doesn't mean that north and south are perpendicular to east and west. It's just, as I said, just like I'm making a tangent to a circle using the compass. But if you try and follow that straight line, you're not going to keep on going west. Eventually, you will deviate from west over a good distance. It just won't happen immediately because you won't be able to notice it immediately because the Earth is pretty big.
Wow. So they did manage to triangulate and make grids that don't actually exist. Because, quite honestly, it sounds very much like talking to the Globers when they talk about local horizontal, local vertical, and reciprocal
You
zenith.
sound
All
exactly
that.
like a Glover to me, Bear.
I'm not. I'm
Hang
not
on.
talking about the
No.
globe. It's Brian. It's not. I don't know who you are. Brian just said locally. You know, in small
Yeah, because
places. That's
that's
what
how
I
they
said.
have to
That's what it.
preface it to themselves.
Just
Yeah,
let him
I'm just saying.
summarise. Small sections. Go ahead, Edibet. Just let him summarise. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that that sounds to me like what the globe talks about. You know, it's in the
That's bullshit.
No, when they survey, they only
I
it's
didn't
survey.
hear
They
him.
no.
I didn't
focus.
hear
So
what he. I didn't hear him substantiate what he said. That just sounds like the globe. What was the rest of that sentence?
There's a
well,
reification
this
fallacy. It's just mind numbing. Do
this
7
this
offsuit.
triangle.
It's a poisoning the well fallacy with no substance.
Brian's saying.
He didn't
Brian's
get the
saying
substance.
this
He got cut
triangle.
off. He got cut off. Oh, he might have substance now. If he now goes to something else, we'll know there was no substance.
Brian's saying that this triangulation and this grid system looks straight locally.
No, I'm not.
What?
I'm not saying
I hear
that.
that. I had small
I'm not saying
sections.
that.
But when does it become a circle? When do
I
those
think
It
straight
does.
lines
Mr.
The
Nathan,
become a
circle is a
circle?
coordinates. The circles is latitude and longitude grid is the original coordinate grid. They're just placing you can place a Cartesian grid onto them. The Cartesian and polar. Do you know how Cartesian coordinates work? Can you read Cartesian coordinates?
X, Y, and Z, you mean?
Yeah, but can you read them? Do you know how to read them?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, right. You can take polar coordinates, which is what the latitude and longitude grid is. Polar coordinates and Cartesian coordinates work perfectly together. It's not that the lines that the triangles are bent or the squares are bent. No, the triangles, the squares are triangles and squares. It's a conversion to polar coordinates from Cartesian. That's what it is. If you look at Cartesian converting to polar, it's just an angle. That's all it is. They're using angles and they're converting the point to a polar point, which would be like the latitude and longitude grid, as opposed to Cartesian. It's just a conversion. So you're not, the latitude and longitude grid is a coordinates grid, and the XY Cartesian grid is another coordinates grid, and you're just placing one on top of the other. The XY grid is placed on top of the latitude and longitude grid, and they just convert the points. That's all they do. And you're using, if you're surveying, you can only survey, even geodetic surveyors, they can only survey so far. They can only see so far. And they have to take angular size change into account as well. So they can only survey so far when they're surveying, right? Right. And so that might seem like a big area, and it is if you try to walk it, if you're talking about geodetic surveying, but it's a very small area if you're talking about the Earth or even the UK. Well, like a 30 square miles, that's nothing in comparison to the full size of the UK, is it? That's a very small area even in comparison to the size of Ireland, and Ireland is way smaller than the UK. So it's just a conversion. It's mathematical conversion from one grid system to the other. That's all it is. Just check out Cartesian grid conversion to polar. Cartesian to polar conversion. It's just an angle change. It's just an angle they use. But they're using the same thing where if I have, let's just say I have the XY coordinates, and my XY coordinates is positive 3, that'd be positive east, and negative 4, that'd be negative south, right? That would be, when I draw a line between those 2 points, I will have a point. Now that I can also represent that in polar. I can convert that to polar coordinates. Very easy. And they do that. That's what they're always doing. So the latitude and longitude grid is a polar coordinate system. It's called polar because it's based around the North Pole. And they convert constantly between the Cartesian, which is the XY grid, and the polar. It's the two of them work perfectly together. They're constantly, the surveyors are constantly using them. Even the likes of total stations, I think, I think it's total stations that will automatically convert in some of the newer ones. But anyway, that's kind of a sidebar. But they're using both of them at the same time, so it's not that any straight lines are being curved. Now, there is a trick going on in between that because they've added in the universal transverse Mercator map, which is latitude and longitude grid based off of the globe. And that's my argument with them in the first place, because I'm showing them and proving to them that the latitude and longitude grid has nothing to do with the globe. It's measured off a flat plane. And I'm proving with the likes of Australia that the likes of Australia in comparison to America with time zones, that their version of the latitude and longitude grid is a complete farce. But unfortunately, that's the one they turned into the universal transverse Mercator map, and that's the one that the final coordinates on all these surveying maps now, that's the one that they're trying to reference. So yes, you're not wrong when you talk about how they did it, but there's a little trick being used in there. And that's why, because look, I've heard people on, before I even heard you speaking, I've heard people on BEVs and BEVs talk about how east and west is perpendicular to north. And I knew why they were saying it, and I knew that they probably didn't know why they were saying it. It's just a misunderstanding of the grids and a misunderstanding of the input of the universal transverse Mercator map, which is a globe projection.
Very good. So let's see what.
Well, the surveying. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, the surveying, yeah, over large distances, you're just transferring, a point to a point, a datum to a datum, and measuring the elevation changes over large distances. That can be done, of course. If you can't see forever, you can't. There's a limit to the area you can survey. I know, or no, I understand that somewhere in this there's some tricks going on, and trying to get to where that happened and how that happened doesn't mean I accept what you're saying, Brian, because I need to look at that anyway. So I'm not just going to accept that because you said it, because that's how it goes, and you may well be tricked. You see.
Hold on. Can I, real quick? When you use the word datum, how are they referencing to one another? That's all the question.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch, the Earth is flat, right? How can you observe a horizon on a globe?
You can't. Well, it is what it is. It is what it is. You said it isn't a globe, but you said it's measured flat, and I don't agree with that either. So you haven't explained my reality.
Agree, disagree. First of all, it's not an agree, disagree genre. A measurement's a measurement, or it's not a measurement.
Which measurement?
Elevation angle measurement, the Polaris.
Just an angle, right?
Hold on.
And you've already said, I don't really want to go into that with you, Kiwi, but you've already said, you're using geometry on non-geometric things that don't observe those principles. So I don't know how you're doing that.
What are the non-geometric?
And you keep going to a section, but section
things. Do not overtalk
So both of you
me.
stop.
Yeah,
QE, just hold on, just stop a second. Hold on, QE. Both of you stop. I think QE just wants to clarify a position that you've taken. Go ahead, QE.
I haven't.
I was done.
Maybe not.
Don't sell me the globe. I'm looking at reality. What I hear mostly is the flat earthers
with
people.
The topic: elevation angle measurement to Polaris. Do not go off on your fucking soundboard of what you think. Okay? Elevation angle measurement to Polaris. That's my flat Earth measurement.
Right.
What say you?
When some twat like you talks to me like that,
There's no need. There's no need. He's just giving you his flat Earth proof.
No. He does this all the time. All right, I'll tell you, QE.
All right, I'll stop both of you. Stop both of you. Stop. No, he's just saying my proof C is elevation angle measurement. What say you? That was his statement.
No, he's not.
That's
You
what he
know how
said.
he's talking. You know how he talks. If you talk to me,
Stop
there's
him.
no rules.
QE, stop. Yeah.
Go.
Okay. And I've stopped him as promised. So what say you?
Talk to me like that. There's no rules. Okay, I
I've
don't
stopped
respect
him.
anything you
I
got to say.
stopped him. Now I'm just
Right,
asking
this
you
goes for you as
the
well.
relevant point to be addressed.
Goes for
Here
you
we
as well.
go.
Shut up, Neil. Nothing to do with you.
It's just by coincidence. This was the same thing that you claimed I hadn't
Oh, you
told you.
shut up.
Neil, please. It's the same thing that you said I hadn't told you when you asked me for measurement. I said latitude. That's elevation angle measurement to Polaris. That's what QE's put to you. Now, if you choose to continually focus on his attitude, his way of talking to you, fine. Well, no, this is the end of that conversation. That is the measurement that's been put to you now by QE. Me, I've put the same thing to you several times. Just saying, okay?
Oh, we did speak the
And
other
he
day.
told me to shut up.
Yeah,
So
that's,
when you gonna
I'm
deal
going to
with
do
his
it now as I've
attitude there?
specifically addressed him. Jesus wept, Neil. Can you not detect when to keep your gob shut? So now I've got to get that back on track with Bear. Thank you, Neil. I've just spent 2 minutes getting him back on track. He starts replying on EU. Now, I've levelled it at you several times. You've then gone on to deny elevation angle measurement to Polaris. That's latitude. Bear. You denied it, even though I put it to you. Now QE's put it to you. Do you now choose to address the way he's talking to you? Or that point? It's up to you.
When did I deny that?
3 days ago, you came in and said that no one had told you about what the flat Earth measurement was. I said, I've told you. It's Polaris.
Well,
You went, no one's ever told me.
agree.
Then maybe, like when I'm pointing out how I told you 3 days ago, you could just start rumbling through the top of that. Yeah, I told you when you denied it 3 days ago.
He doesn't agree, Nathan.
Well, when it came the other day, everybody agreed who was here.
Agree and
Nobody's
disagree,
ever.
Nathan.
Stop. What I want to hear is him.
Nobody.
Just stop a second. I just want to control QE. I just want to hear him whistle past the point that I've put to him twice and he's denied having a measurement being given to him. You've now put it to him. We'll see where he goes. He's either going to address that or talk about something else. Let's just see what he talks about.
Okay.
I didn't say anything about denying an angle to Polaris. I never addressed it at all. Because I don't know whether that ground position, because as I said the other day, and it was agreed that nobody's ever done that. Nobody's ever put Polaris on a ground position. I don't know where that comes from. It's a light in the sky that you're getting an angle to.
Okay. So you're saying no one's ever done it. If I use the term
As far as I know,
latitude,
nobody's ever done that.
my bad. Try that again. You say no one's ever done it. If I use the term latitude, you're saying no one does latitude then?
No, I'm talking about the geographical position on the Earth of Polaris. Because even in the globe model, it's not
There
there
is no
at
globe
90
model.
degrees.
Stop.
So you couldn't, so there is no 90 degrees to that
There is no
ground
globe
position.
model.
It's not there.
Yeah, the globe model's not there. That's why it's not there.
Okay,
I know
back
that.
to this
That's
measurement.
why I threw it
Sorry,
out.
sorry,
But you
sorry.
using
Just
it.
go back on track. You've suggested nobody's done that. I say latitude. That's doing it. And you're now talking about how globe models work with 90 degrees to Polaris on globes. No, there's no 90 degrees to Polaris on globes. That's flat Earth requirement and prerequisite to get 90 degrees below Polaris to describe latitude when people measure it daily. You say no one does it. I say that's latitude. Now, do you want to address that?
Nobody has positioned a light in the sky above the Earth.
So
the 90-degree
therefore-
position to Polaris is what is the basis of latitude measurement. You appreciate that, right?
From what I understand, that was kind of put in later. It's like the reverse engineering to get the globe. Because if the triangulation was done and the grid system was done, from what I understand, that came later. That they then slotted that in, like they do now with GPS and Google Earth.
That's
They
red
position
herring
those
fallacy. You're
points
not
so that
answering his
it
question.
all looks it all
It's a red
looks
herring
like it
fallacy.
works
You're not answering this question.
for the globe. So
Tell him again.
you
Tell
know,
him again, Nathan. Stop. Tell him again, Nathan.
Yeah, you said nobody does it. And I say
I didn't
Latitude
say
is
nobody
doing it.
does it. No,
You're
I
now
didn't say.
rumpusing through me.
I said
Rumpusing through me because it's devastating, the third point, and people pointing out your red herrings and your non-address of this. Maybe if you talk through it, it will make it go away. Do you want to try again? Maybe when I start saying it again, you can just rumble through me. You said no one does it. I say Latitude is doing it. It is fundamentally using 90 degrees to Polaris. You say no one's done 90 degrees to Polaris. I say that's Latitude. And now you're starting to rumble on about Globe. So will you just accept that people do it? It's Latitude. It fundamentally requires 90 degrees below Polaris off a flat plane, a measurement to it giving you latitude. Latitude is the measurement you said no one would do. Just want to move past that because it's wrong. Edebear, I don't see it unreasonable to make sure you're held to task with your nonsense that's wrong. You're wrong. People do it all the time. It's called latitude. Do you want to just accept that so we can move on?
in your world it's centric. They're circles, but I don't see that. So you know
Okay.
how quite they mesh together.
Okay. You
Not
don't
really
see
sure.
how. Okay. So if I'm understanding you correctly, you don't understand how measurements of areas of equal elevation, also known as circles, can't be circles. You don't understand how they can be circles.
You're just trying to find, you know, approximate location on the water and a direction to go in. There's no beam surveying the Earth with a sextant. They're
Direction
all
to go in.
conceptual.
No,
Those circles are all conceptual.
that's
Like your
not.
horizontal is
That's not.
conceptual.
I'm sorry. That's not with celestial
And the
navigation.
same
You don't
as
even know what
the same as
you don't even know what
the same as the
celestial
difference
navigation is
between.
about. You're a clown.
Yeah, I know. It's
Yeah, you
geometry
are.
done on things that
You're
don't
a
obey
clown.
geometry, which
I'm
doesn't
sorry.
seem
You're a
quite
clown.
right to me either. Okay, I'm a
You're
clown.
a clown.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
you are.
Edebear, is your issue that because the stars remain the same angle measurement at all elevations, that therefore, because that doesn't obey geometric principles, we can't use it for things? Is that your objection? Because it is being used for celestial navigation, you realise?
I don't quite understand how you can, you know, claim you're using geometry on something you say doesn't obey that geometry.
Yeah, I just clarified that. You're repeating what I've just clarified
And
to ask you about it. In spite of the fact that it doesn't obey geometric principles, that's the stars remaining at the same angle at all elevations as far as we can ascertain and measure. You're saying that that makes it null and void, not useful, when it's, I'm asking and putting to you, that it is actually used in practical application with a process called celestial navigation. Do you appreciate
don't
that?
say saving lives. Yeah, but have you verified that? Has that been verified?
So if I point out my sister trained in it and that celestial navigation's used daily, you're just going to say that I'm not my sister?
No. Well, you're not your sister. No, that's
I've watched
true.
her do
Maybe
it.
you should bring your
I
sister.
watched her do it.
Maybe
I watched her do
I
it.
don't care about this. That's
So
just
you asked
hearsay.
if you asked if anybody's done it. I give you an example where I've watched someone who had a boat do it. But what, you're going to rumpus through the top of me? Yes, people have
I'm
done
not
it.
talking
Yes,
about
to answer your question, yes, there are examples of people doing it. It has been done by people. Is that just not you? Is it just that you haven't done it? Is that the problem here?
That's just you didn't listen.
Did you do it? Have you ever
measured
measured an angle to Polaris with a sextant?
Hang on, that's not what
Have
I'm
you
asking.
ever measured an angle to
Calm down.
Polaris
That's not what I'm asking. I never
with a
asked for your
sextant?
sister. You bring your
No,
sister.
you asked if it was done by people. Has anybody verified this, you say? And I say, well, yeah, my sister had to train in it and has done it, and I've watched it being done. Now we're into rumblings. Yeah, it's done. Yes, people use it. That was your question. Do you accept the answer or not?
No.
Oh, I see. So I've just made it up. My sister didn't have two boats. WYSIWYG didn't exist. She didn't have to train in celestial navigation to go out on the sea because this process is denied by you. Excuse me. Yes, it is used, regardless of your fundamental denial of a process that is trained into people who go out on boats to use sextants with it. It does exist. That was the last point of your interjections. Well, you don't like it. What? You don't think it does happen when I can give you examples of me watching it happen? Okay, well, just toddle on. You don't accept things that exist in reality. No worries. You don't accept. Okay, Neil, thank you. Thank you, Neil. Thanks. Yeah, I was in the middle of that conclusion. Yeah, celestial navigation exists. It seems like your beef is with celestial navigation there, Edabe. I mean, that's not
No,
really my concern.
It's not what I asked. You just
I don't
rumpused
care what you
on
asked. I'm
into
telling
your
you.
into
I'm
your
telling you.
script.
I don't care what you
About
asked.
your sister.
Yeah, that's a
How
fact.
has it ever been verified? Listen,
Yeah, by my sister. She trained in it to go out at sea and used it, and I watched her do it. You're just going to circle jerk the same crap by saying that I'm not just going to accept that you've seen it being done and someone trained in it and had to get a certificate in it and go and buy a sextant and an almanac to use it, which I watched happened. That's not acceptable to you. Okay, we get it. You denied the very reality that someone has witnessed happen. Okay, because you haven't done it. Yes, so you're a reality denier. Unless you have actually done it, which you haven't, you deny it exists so that people can verify it. It has been verified. I watched it happen. Now, you don't accept that. Tough luck, toddle on. Okay, you don't accept that celestial navigation exists. I clarify again, without the interruption from Neil. It seems your beef is with this process that's used by people daily. Because you say, is it being used by people daily? Obviously, no one that you know. Obviously, you've never been out on a boat with a family member. Yeah? Well, tough luck.
That's an argument for personal incredulity.
is it my turn now?
Yeah. Your argument is
Right,
one of personal incredulity. It's fallacious.
Yeah, well done. That's not
Yep.
what I was asking about verification of, Nathan. But like I said, you launched into your script, and it wasn't anything about
Script.
that.
You don't know
You
what a
said,
script
as
is
far
either.
as you
Non sequitur.
Is
Jesus
Nathan,
I haven't got a
is
script.
Nathan
It's
writing
totally
a
non
play
sequitur.
You
or,
asked.
a movie or a TV program? What's a script? I'm just pointing out that you're talking out your ass. You don't know what is a script. Define script.
Oh wait, Kieran,
When shit tells me to shut up, that's part of the script.
listen. You said that as far as you can ascertain, that the angle from the observer on the boat, if you like, is the same angle as the plane above.
Oh God.
That's what I was
another
asking
subject.
about. That's what I was asking about, not your sister.
No, you weren't
That's
asking
what
about
I
that.
mean. Hang
No,
on.
you weren't.
Hang on.
No, you weren't. The
That's
point
what.
was you asked me what is my flat Earth measurement. Remember that?
Yeah, I
Back at the
remember.
ranch.
Yeah, well, we
Yeah,
weren't.
this
we
is
weren't
how far
talking
we've
about
red
that. We were
herringed
just.
away from that question that I pointed
Yeah,
out.
I know.
I also reiterated
herring
when you
fallacy.
asked that question that me pointing it out to him as a flat Earth measurement was denied 3 days ago. But we're obviously red herring very, very far away from that measurement of a flat Earth using Polaris.
That's it.
We're
You were
into
just
I
making
deny
little
celestial navigation and rumpelings and rumpusings over the top of the fact that he denies that this process could even be done, even though it's trained into navigators daily.
Did not say that ever. Did not deny celestial navigation. You just weren't listening. We were going along.
Well, then we've got.
hadn't got to. We
you
hadn't
don't-
got. Hang on. We hadn't got to flat Earth measurement. You
That is a
said
flat
that
Earth
the
measurement.
angle.
That is
Hang on.
that is our flat Earth. But we're presenting
All right,
it to
I'm just
you.
going to go
You're
because
gonna rumpus?
you're
gonna rumpus?
just not listening.
You're gonna rumpus.
You want your little
Yeah,
thing.
projection. He's telling me I'm not listening when he's just told me I'm not accepting that as a flat Earth measurement. We're not at flat Earth yet. The Polaris measurement is a flat Earth measurement. That's what we're using as a measurement. He's saying we're not at flat Earth yet with this flat Earth measurement. That's his response. Then he's telling me that I'm not listening. No, you're not listening. We present to you a Polaris measurement of a flat Earth. It's a flat Earth measurement of Polaris. What's that you say? We're not at flat Earth yet? What, with you ignoring continually our flat Earth angle measurement to Polaris that you say we haven't given you and denied 3 days ago? Maybe you could red herring a bit further away from this, Edabear. Maybe you could deny tomorrow that we've told you that there's any flat Earth measurements.
Is this a trap? This little silence, or am I allowed to speak? I asked because you said, as far as we can ascertain, you said that the angle that is what's the word, obtained, the angle that is obtained by somebody standing on the boat is the same angle whatever height
That's
you
not
go
what
to.
we're talking about. That's a red
That's
herring
what I was
fallacy.
talking about.
No, that the initial topic was my proof of my flat Earth measurement proof. You remember that?
What's your flat Earth measurement proof then?
A
Since you want to
Polaris,
get in,
angle measurement to Polaris.
you have an angle, yeah.
You're going to deny that I told you in
And?
3 days like you already have?
You have an angle, and then what?
Then latitude.
Then latitude. Yeah, you know it instantly with your angle measurement to Polaris. Instantly.
Yeah, but that's not the
Now what are you
surface, is
going to
it?
say?
Sorry, that's
Now
not
what
that's
are
not
you
it's
gonna
not the
say?
surface, did you say?
Yeah, it's not the surface.
So
It's a
what's
conceptual.
so what's latitude used for again?
It doesn't measure. It doesn't measure the surface
I asked
flat.
I asked
If
what
the
it was used
surface
for.
isn't flat,
What's it used for again?
it's a grid system for mapping.
Mapping the surface.
Yeah, it was originally
Latitude?
Sorry,
done
did you say
like
yeah?
in
Yeah.
squares.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
No,
sorry,
no.
let me get it straight. It's part of a grid system for mapping the surface, but you say it's nothing to do with the surface. It seems like you
The
want to
elevation.
fundamentally
The
deny
elevation of the
certain
surface.
principles that we
It
use
isn't
as
flat.
proof by denying that they're the surface, and then when I ask what they are, they're fundamentally the surface. For mapping, according to you. So it seems like you just want to argue with this, Bear. It's kind of
It's a
pathetic and
grid
sad.
system. It's not the
Yeah.
elevation.
Yeah.
Not sticking himself
I'll
with every
summarise my
statement.
point. I'll summarise my point. Yeah, latitude, that would be dealing with the surface. Yeah, like you've just explained to me. It's a measurement of the surface. We're talking about the
No.
surface. It's an angle measurement to a star off a flat baseline that represents
It's
the
the grid
surface that you're
system.
mapping, that you said you were mapping. It's the surface. Now,
Latitude's not a grid. Hey, clown show, glue sniffer. Latitude's not
That
a
is not the
grid.
elevation. That's not the
Latitude's
elevation.
not a grid.
It's the
Do you
XY
understand that?
coordinates.
Do you
It's the
understand
XY
that latitude's not a
coordinates.
grid, glue sniffer?
It's not the Z coordinate, and that's what the Z
Oh,
measurement is,
God.
whether it's flat or not.
No, it
tell
is
you what,
flat.
let's-
Okay,
let's try this
okay.
route.
No,
No.
there's not. He's just managed to wangle it into some juxtaposition between whether or not it's flat. No, it's a measurement with respect to a baseline that's going to give you positions that represent the ground called latitude. Yeah, that's a measurement
Baseline's
of
conceptual.
a flat Earth, Edbear.
Baseline is conceptual.
Sorry, sorry.
I heard that.
Sorry, what are we using it for conceptually? What are we doing with it? Again?
In the imaginary. Remember, it says
What are we doing
imaginary
with
in
it?
your.
I didn't ask about imaginary. I asked what we're doing with it practically in the real world. What do we do with it practically?
Do with what?
The latitude that we're measuring with this baseline.
I think you just got an angle to Polaris. That's what you got.
What do we do with it? He's gone very quiet. Yeah, this is a flat Earth proof. It's a flat Earth proof. We're measuring a Earth that is flat in order to navigate positions on the ground, and we describe those positions with respect to the angles to Polaris as latitude. What you said were respect to mapping on the ground. Maybe if you want to rumpus through me, you'll be able to just deny that you've ever heard this flat Earth measurement proof that we've given to you multiple times.
Nathan, ask him for the concept mirror on the sextant.
Yeah, we're not measuring concepts.
Eder Bear, Elder Bear, Eater Bear, Glue Sniffer. Show us the concept mirror on the sextant.
So that's how we measure Earth. It's flat. It's a
that
fundamental principle.
imaginary adjacent you got in your triangle. That's what
It's
it is.
It's imaginary.
Yep.
Really?
No.
And where'd we get that from? We got that from the horizon, right?
Yep. Horizontal.
Sorry, did I imagine the horizon or did I point it at something in physical reality? What are we doing here?
But that's not the surface. It's above the surface, that horizontal that you're imagining.
The horizon's not the surface.
But do you want to define horizon for us, there, Edebear?
Sounds like Anthony.
Want to define what a horizon is for us there, Edebear?
Horizon is the horizontal in the distance. Depends where you are, though. I mean, you can have a topographical
Where's this
horizontal.
definition coming from?
But you're drawing.
Where's this definition coming from? I asked you for a definition. There was a short pause, then you started talking. Where's this definition coming from?
I haven't got a Merriam-Webster on my.
Oh, right, I can define it for you. It's the apparent position where the sky meets the ground. Sorry, did you say it's not the ground? That fundamentally defies the definition of it, Edabed. You don't have to rumpus through me pointing out how wrong you are.
say apparent.
You don't have to rumpus me while I point out how wrong you are.
did say apparent.
Well, we're reasonable people here, aren't we, Edabed?
You did say
Not intolerable wankers that talk through someone else when they correct how
say
wrong they are.
apparent.
You haven't got a Merriam-Webster.
They're not geometric.
It's,
then.
excuse me,
Not
Edinburgh, we're
geometric.
not going to behave
Apparent.
like wankers, are we? Are we going to behave like wankers? That'd be you when I say we.
He keeps on
So how
saying
do you
it's
get something
apparent, but he
geometric
doesn't
from
know what
something that's
apparent means.
apparent?
Yeah,
Parent.
it's apparent. What does that mean?
What seems to be.
Hearing.
It goes a little bit further.
So is it
It's the
geometric or
apparent-
apparent?
It's the apparent junction between the earth and sky. Now here comes the tricky part. Ed or Bear, does the earth ground meet the sky ever?
No.
That's why it's apparent.
The junctures.
My
How do you
apparent.
get
God.
something geometric without just imagining
God.
that then?
Right, meanwhile, this is the measurement of the ground with ground positions with respect to Polaris and
Geographic,
positions
it's
where
not
the
ground.
ground meet the sky.
Or
With
geographic
wanker interruptions,
position.
it seems, with wankers interrupting me. Wankers, right? Reasonable people that just want to learn, Edinburgh, or wankers that talk straight through the top of someone else, pointing out how wrong someone is when they say, not the ground. I mean, it kind of sounds like rhetoric from other people. I mean, I wouldn't want to accuse you of being Bev or anything. But there we go. It just sounds kind of familiar. That this rhetoric of not the ground. But what are these lines? Well, they're the positions on the ground in the mapping. So the ground then? Oh, what about the ground when we measure the horizon? Well, that's not the ground. But what about the definition including the word ground? But it's not the ground, it's conceptual. So what about when we measure it with a conceptual mirror on the sextant? You see, it just seems like we pointing out garbage that you spew when you deny a fundamental measurement of Earth that requires Earth to be flat. You want to deny that it's the ground. That's kind of familiar. I mean, I don't necessarily say that you haven't got any original thought when you parrot other idiots that don't think the ground is the ground. But that's where we're at. The ground is the ground. You understand that, right, Bev? I mean, Edinburgh.
Okay. Listen. As soon as you mentioned Bev, but I didn't get that from Bev, right?
The ground's the
I wasn't
ground. You
influenced-
understand that now? It's part of the definition of horizon.
I was more influenced by Brian.
You understand that the ground is the ground. When we're talking about latitudes and you talk about the mapping positions on the ground and you deny that it's the ground, that it is actually the ground and your denial is stupid. Do you understand that?
No, Brian told me that, yeah.
I don't want to know what Brian told you. I want to understand if you denying ground positions and the apparent position where the ground meets the sky is not capable of being denied as the ground. Do you understand that now?
Brian said it's a description. You can't measure a description. So I go with Brian's
No, we do measure the horizon.
reasoning.
We
his
do,
logic,
with a
reasoning.
sextant. You know, you subverting this by telling me what Brian says we can't measure when we're asking you to clarify that you understand your denial of a position that's the ground in the definition is definitely the ground because it's in the definition. You want to deny that.
Brian confirmed that for me.
So you just want to subvert this to Brian. Yeah, you can't accept that you don't understand that when you say the latitude is the mapping positions on the ground, you denied it was the ground. You don't want to admit to your stupid error. Okay, Bev.
No, I'm just.
I mean,
was just
Edinburgh. Sorry, I
influenced-
keep calling you Bev by accident. I don't know why I'd do that.
Yeah, I was influenced by Brian.
Oh, really?
It's just a description.
Really?
It's
So
just
you're
a
blaming
description.
Brian? Yeah, you want
Holy
to drag
shit,
Brian
it's
in.
just a description, right? So we can't measure it. I can describe a bread box and measure it.
Brian seems, really cogent in
Who
that
cares
information.
about Brian?
So
Let's
I'll go
get-
with
let's-
Brian.
Meanwhile,
that you can't
back at the
measure a
ranch.
description.
Yeah. What is it that I'm supposedly saying?
Oh God.
No,
That's
Brian, don't
that-
take the
now
bait,
we're
Brian.
gonna get involved.
No, I
This
know
is
what he's doing. I
next-
know what he's doing.
We can
I know what he's
summarise
doing.
at this point rather than
Next
dragging
hearing
Brian into it to subvert the point.
Holy
Yeah, we've got an
shit. Make
elevation
sure it's
angle
not
measurement
Bev.
to Polaris, and the
It's not
rumpusing that's
Bev
going to
I'm
come from
fo-
Edinburgh because his failed attempt to drag Brian into it isn't going to work. We have told you how we measure Earth flat, Edinburgh, and when we tell you how Earth's measured flat, you just deny it by telling us that the positions that we respectfully reference on the ground aren't the ground. And all you've got to do during the summary is try and drag Brian in to put a little bit of distance between this summary and your failings to recognise that what you have defined, with latitude lines, as being on the ground, are the ground. And when we say we're measuring the ground, with these elevation angle measurements to Polaris with respect to the ground, and we use tools that reference the ground, it is the ground. So we're clear. I'm summarising the point that we won that you failed to appreciate, Edinburgh, regardless of all your rumpusings and rumblings and interruptions.
Yeah, well, Lumpy and Brian confirmed it for me. So
Yeah, we heard. You tried to subvert this to Brian. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat, and we've told you how. Latitude is how Earth is measured flat, Edinburgh. I know you think that's not the ground. We've now cleared that up for you, with a lot of painful interruptions from you in between. and me summarising it and you trying to drag it onto Brian, and then after I've summarised it, trying again to drag it onto Brian with a lot of interruptions in between. Meanwhile, the ground is the
Brian
ground.
said so.
The ground's
Brian
the ground.
confirmed it. Lumpy says so as well. So, they influence me.
No, I don't. No.
Lumpy,
Don't
don't
lie on
fall
me.
for it. Lumpy,
You said the Earth.
don't fall
You
for
said
it.
the Earth wasn't the reference, Lumpy.
Don't fall for it, Lumpy. He's just red herring fallacying away. Do you understand our flat Earth measurement?
Lies.
Do you understand our flat Earth
You
measurement, Eddie
understand-
Bear? Or do you still deny that the ground's the ground when describing latitude on the ground
No,
for your
I do
maps that you
deny
said
your
was the
flat Earth
ground?
measurement,
Maybe if you
yes,
interrupt the
I
question,
do.
you won't have to answer it and you can deny it tomorrow.
Don't let-
I'll try again.
I do deny it. I deny your flat Earth measurement. Yes.
I see. So when we say the ground in respect to latitude, you still deny it's the ground, even though you told me that those positions were with respect to the mapping of the ground. You still you want to hold that double-speak contradiction, even though we've used your own words and your own description of how the latitude is the ground on the maps, according to you. You want to deny that that measurement of the ground isn't the ground because latitude isn't the ground, even though you've told us it's the ground. Okay, we understand your position.
Never said ground,
we
actually.
understand
I
your
said
position.
geographical.
You don't need to keep talking. I'm summarising. Yeah, we understand
summarise
your
your-
double speak contradiction that required you to drag Lumpy and Brian into your glaring contradiction that the ground isn't the ground. We understand the position. We don't need anything further from you. Thank you, though, Eddie Bear.
We
Thank
understand
you.
like you.
I really appreciate it. I feel considerably dumber for having to explain this to you and having been told that the ground isn't the ground. You kind of influence me to lower IQ. That's what you do. You know, understanding double speak, I don't want that in my life, really. Understanding that the ground position you said was the mapping of the ground isn't the ground when measuring latitude with the ground being a flat baseline. It is. You told us it was.
I never did.
Try to tell you.
Didn't when I cut and paste the recording of me asking you what latitude was used for, and you told me it was the ground in mapping. That's not you saying it. You're just a liar. You're a liar, Eddie. You did say it.
You like to say that. But
You could stutter and maybe murmur at the bottom of your vocal capacity. Meanwhile, you definitely said that the ground positions were used with mapping when describing latitude, when I specifically asked you what they were used for, having denied they were the ground. You told us it's the ground in mapping, very
no
specifically.
rules when you talk like you
And maybe if you just talk straight through the middle of me, you won't have to listen to your punishing defeat here.
don't have rules. Well, you do.
It's kind of pathetic, Eddie Bear. But no matter how much you try and just rumpus and rumble, maybe you can appeal to the mute button while you chant through me. Do
You're
you
using
want to
your
appeal
noise
to the mute button? Would you like to appeal to the mute
Well,
button
that,
that you're
you know,
using?
that's the power.
What you're using is the fundamentalist religious zealot mute button on me. But maybe you can later project that onto me by telling me that I mute you. Do you want to do that?
Just like society.
Use that
you
trick?
said that we should be unplugging from. Unplug.
Are you just stuttering? Nonsensical words about unplugging. Your platitudes are ignorable.
Unplug from society. From the
Nobody's asking anybody to unplug from society. I'm not asking that. Eddie Bear's just decided to go off on a random ramble because he's been proven wrong with his measurements on the ground for mapping that are flat. And there comes the interruption, right on cue, while we show how wrong he is with his contradiction. Maybe we should talk about unplugging from the Matrix for a bit.
yeah. Well,
Yeah, we won't. We'll just point out that this is a flat Earth measurement that proves Earth's flat, despite you denying that it's the ground multiple times with contradictions that when clarified about what latitude is actually used for, you tell us it's the ground. Don't you?
it's not the elevation.
Right, it's not the ground. What latitude when you told us it was the mapping of the ground? It is. You're just an idiot. You see, that's people laughing at you, Eddie Bear, because you're retarded and laughable. Your contradictions in terms and your disagreement with your own sentiment that it's not the ground by defining it as mapping on the ground makes you laughable. You understand that?
In your world, but you know.
No, in a reality where you have got a contradiction that is not the ground that is the mapping of the ground when you say it's not the ground we're measuring. You don't like that we measure Earth flat. You want to be denying our measurements of the ground. And when we ask what latitude's used for, you tell us it's the ground for mapping. But it's not the ground when we're measuring Earth flat with it, right? Because you don't like our proof that Earth's measured flat with this measurement of the ground. You say it's not the ground. Till I ask you what it's used for, then you explicitly tell us it's the ground for mapping. Right, Bev? I mean, Eddie Bear. I don't know why I keep doing that. It's just accidental.
What was your reference you established to measure it from?
We use the horizon if you're
It
using
wasn't a
sextant.
sextant because that's
No,
not
use
a
the
tool for
horizon.
that.
I was trying to answer you. Maybe if you keep talking through the question, reply, maybe you won't get the reply. Maybe you could deny that the ground is the point where the sky meets the ground in the definition of horizon, the apparent junction thereof. Maybe you could deny that's the ground. Or rumpus through the middle of me pointing out that we've already gone through this twice with you, the one who is laughable with your contradictory point about the ground not being the ground, when it's a measurement
Or
of the
is that,
ground, the latitude.
is that another non-geometric position then?
That's just the ground that we're measuring for latitude. Like when you described it for mapping, that's positions on the ground in mapping according to you when we describe latitude. That's a measurement of the ground. When you describe it for mapping, it's the ground. When we say we're measuring it with an angle measurement with respect to a flat baseline, you say it's not the ground. Yeah, that's a contradiction, because it is. And when we say how we're measuring it, and I answer you, we get constant stream of interruptions from Discord. That would be the fundamentalist religious zealot mute button that Edibear's currently using.
Observer,
Fundamentalist zealot
45
mute
degrees
button,
to
in
Polaris,
effect, full
then
and order. Right?
the
keep
helicopter
fundamentalist
can
religious
hover
zealot
above
muting
it
me, right, Edibear?
and see if
Does
the
anyone have to listen to it? Yeah, I'll just shut that shit down. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, we're measuring it flat, regardless of your contradiction that the latitude positions for mapping is the ground
measure the
until
sky
we
flat.
measure it, and then he has to interrupt with his fundamentalist zealot mute button. Right on cue. Yeah, right when we're pointing out your contradictions there, Bev.
You did.
I mean, Edibear. Sorry, my bad. The fundamentalist religious zealot mute button was learned from Bev. It's not that you've got an original thought on how to use a zealot mute button. You just got that from Bev, didn't you?
to see if the angle was the same. You said as far as we can ascertain. So it hasn't been verified. That's what I was asking.
Right, like my sister measures angles to Polaris for mapping her position at sea. I mean, we have definitely verified this. It's called celestial navigation. We've covered this too.
No.
No. Yes. We definitely have, Bev.
Okay.
I mean, Edibear. Gotta stop doing that. Gotta stop doing it.
I'm sorry, Brian. Brian, you don't know anything.
Yeah, don't call me Brian. I'm the host of the show. My name's Nathan Oakley. I prove Earth is measured flat with an elevation angle measurement of a baseline that is flat with respect to Polaris to divine the latitude positions on the ground that you described as being the ground in the mapping positions. That's a flat Earth measurement proof. No amount of rumpusing will change that.
3959 by any chance?
That's the minimum elevation angle to Polaris used by the globe when they transpose these areas of equal elevation onto the globe. Brian's explained that at length to you.
It would be circular then, wouldn't it? If it's...
Meanwhile, we've told him what our flat Earth measurement is. There's absolutely no way he wants to accept this, so putting distance between it by bringing up new subjects means that he doesn't have to accept the flat Earth proof of a measurement with Polaris for latitude we've given
I
him.
don't know how they got that triangle.
No, straight through the top of the conclusion. Yeah, we've given you your measurement, it's latitude. When I asked you what it's used for, you said it's positions on the ground for the
Because
maps.
they were doing,
Maybe if you go a bit louder as you use your fundamentalist religious zealot mute button, it'll alter the ground positions for the mapping. That's latitude that you told us was the ground.
they were centric to that. So how did they get those angles?
No, it is. You're just
But
chanting
they
through me.
already
Do you think
knew
that
from
listening? Do you think
astronomy
they're not listening
and
by
early
chanting?
navigation.
Just
Before
kick
they
him
did the
out.
mapping
I'm
of the
sick of him.
land.
He's just completely shut down the Discord
they,
server,
though?
hasn't he? Nobody in Discord can hear anything
Well,
anymore,
it doesn't
can
make
they?
sense what you're saying.
Yep. Thank you. Just remove him from the call. He's just completely switched off. The moment we pointed out his contradiction, he completely shut down. Now he won't stop talking. Fundamentalist religious zealot mute button. He's the kind of wanker that will accuse me of muting him while he chants through every single word of me highlighting his contradiction. He's had the measurement of a flat earth put to him. He won't accept it. He'll deny that the ground is the ground, and he'll chant through every single word of it. Tomorrow he'll come back and say, nobody's told me how we measure Earth flat, in spite of this hour-long conversation.
No,
Yeah, but,
he said it was the ground. Nobody said it was the ground but him.
originally, when I was speaking with him, why did you come in several times, Nathan?
I'll let you have it.
Don't we get the ground positions from the almanac anyway?
I'll let you have it out for about
What is he talking
an
about?
hour, Brian.
Yes and no, because what makes you think that I would think that I wouldn't know what I'm talking about when it comes to a compass, for God's sake?
Because you're Irish?
No, I didn't assume
No.
you don't know what you're talking about when
Yeah,
it comes to a
undermine
compass.
me, Nathan. I don't like that.
No, when you said 90 degrees, you said yes. And at that point, you're talking with respect to the tool. He's talking with respect to the ground.
Yeah, but I knew what he was talking about. I know the mistake that him and Bev and the rest of them are making. I know where the origins of that mistake comes from.
He
I
told
mean,
us.
I
I'm very
know
grateful
what the
too.
problem is with them there.
But I listened. I did listen, and I'm very grateful that he went through it. He denied every aspect of it, tried to rumpus you, and that got shut down too.
Yeah, but the problem here is that they not only did they not understand celestial navigation, and I think they think that the latitude and longitude, from what he said, the latitude and longitude grid came after their surveying of the UK. It's like, no, the latitude and longitude grid was before that. There's a load of their history on things and their understanding of certain topics is where they get. I don't know how they can get it so wrong so often, but it's how they keep getting it wrong. And they won't accept it then when you're trying to point it out or explain it to them. Like even there, he was saying you're not using geometry, you're using geometry on something you can't use geometry with, which is the celestial bodies. Even though I've explained it to him, or tried to, about the 16 nautical miles and how they derived that. You know what I mean? It's like, it's impossible. That's what, if you go to Bevs, that's what you get. You get your time wasted. That's why I don't go there. Because they waste your time. They're not interested in hearing anything. They want to keep on asking you the same question that you've already addressed, but they don't understand that you've addressed it because they don't understand what you're talking about. The problem is that they don't want to learn things, but they want to then point the finger at us as if we don't know what we're talking about.
That's the problem. They don't want to learn. They want to teach.
Yeah, they don't know enough to teach. I mean, even Elderbar saying they use triangulation.
No shit.
Yeah, in the 1700s. It's like, yeah, what has that got to do? That's not directly connected to the claim of east and west being perpendicular to north.
Brian, he's disingenuous because he comes in talking all nice that he wants to learn when all they want to do is get back to the original thing that they love to say, that the ground is not flat and we're not measuring Earth flat. That's their whole purpose.
Yeah.
Really?
So as soon as we get to the bit where, what's the latitude for again? Oh, mapping the ground. Well, yeah, then it's the ground, and the way we get that measurement is with an angle, with respect to the ground. Can't come from a curve, has to come from a flat plane. It's a flat Earth proof. Oh, well, we don't like that. Our whole shtick is that the ground isn't flat. All right, well, it is when you're measuring latitude. Well, no, you haven't told me that. Because it's not the ground when you measure latitude, it's conceptual. So what's latitude again? Positions on the ground with mapping. Oh, right, so it's the ground then? No, I'm going to cause total audio chaos for the next 25 minutes while you point out my contradiction.
I wouldn't waste another minute with that guy. I know it's good for the show and everything, but I wouldn't waste another minute with him.
Now I'm sorry, Brian. Go ahead. I shouldn't say that because the last time I said that in between the topic that I wanted to bring up, it was 2 hours ago. I mean, Adam must have a ZZ Top beard by now.
Go on, you go.
Adam, you out there? You'll like this, Brian.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you something in reference to your majesty of the heavens in relation to getting an elevation angle off the surface and then comparing that with an elevation angle above that same point, that elevation. You said it's the majesty of the heavens.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my contention that it's the majesty of flat Earth.
The Earth's not doing anything special.
Well, it's my contention that the elevation angle remains the same because the Earth's flat.
That's a prerequisite.
Yeah, because the higher you go, your elevation, the higher you go, you're going to get a equal and opposite reaction of the horizon rising at or near your eye level. So why would it be any different?
I still don't
got
see
you, didn't I?
I don't see the prerequisite as being causal, but fine.
It's not. I don't know if it's a causal relationship. It's just the relationship. It's not causing anything. It is what it is. It's a what is.
Yeah, prerequisite. Adam said it already.
Yeah. It's the majesty of flat Earth, Adam. And
having it.
another question. And another question. I don't want to divert, but you put that Budweiser glass in Master B. My question is, and I put it in Master B, is that your dentures or your binky at the bottom of the glass?
So, at the bottom of the nothing. Just a bit of milk. It does look like a gum shield. I hear that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. The Viking. That's my position. It's the majesty of flat Earth.
Decided to say that milk proves I wasn't drunk last night.
We'll have to chat about that later.
We're chatting about it now. I've hijacked the conversation.
Okay. No, I don't. I'm not trying. Okay, I wasn't saying it for that reason. But okay, what would disprove what you're saying? That's what we need to go into. What can or would disprove it? And if we can't find anything that would or can, then there's a solid point being made. So what could we compare it with? Any other example we could compare it with, where we could rise in elevation and the objects would stay in the same, the angle to the object would stay equal via a measurement between that and the horizon.
Where are these objects? On the ground, the majesty of the flat Earth, or in the heavens?
In the sky, Adam. They're in the sky.
Yeah, but that's not the point. It's the relationship between the horizon and the slush. Not one or the other. Yeah, so that ain't gonna work.
Who does the
That was
special?
That was pretty pathetic.
Does
Yeah, I think it's kind of, that was like, you're a dumbass, Kiwi. That's kind of what they said to you. Yeah.
Come on, boys. You got to do better than that. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we have Acom bars in the chat that says, I just find it funny that the Earth is measured flat, but there's never any measurement given.
That sounds familiar.
After all of that, after that whole thing, he says that?
Yeah. Wow. That was a good one. Okay, back. I'm sorry. I wasn't. It wasn't a purposeful red herring. It just popped up and I seen it.
Sure. It's on screen now.
What's on screen?
Let's pretend the line that's on the screen moving vertically is a line up to Polaris.
There's two lines on screen.
Yeah, one would be the flat baseline. That would be
Now
your
there's
angle
three.
measurement to Polaris.
All right. So that's the adjacent, and then you got the hypotenuse and the opposite. Okay.
Yeah.
This is a red herring. There's no, or this is a straw man. There's no horizon being involved in this.
Because it's from a perspective. It's from an orthographic view. Nevertheless, this is a prerequisite that Earth must be measured flat to take that angle measurement. The ground is the baseline of that triangle.
Oh, you're not dealing with my other argument. You're dealing with Acom bars. I thought we already dealt with them. Sorry to bring that up.
Yeah, I just wanted to round that off and cap it off. Yeah, we measure
See, you're red
latitude.
herring yourself.
Now, Brian, he's dealing with Acom virus's argument, not the point that I made
I know
earlier.
that. I'm saying you red herring yourself.
I'm sorry, it popped
You're
up.
red herring away from your own point.
I'm sorry, it popped up. I found it ironical.
Ironical?
Yeah.
That has no relevation to the point.
You remembered that. This is a good red herring. Hey,
Relevation is not the ground.
man. It has no relevation.
Why don't you let virus come in and give us a laugh?
Hang on. What about if we take an object that is above the horizon in the distance, an actual object that we know of, and take an angle above from a higher elevation to the same object, will we get the same effect with the horizon behaving as it does?
Talking about a depression angle.
No. You know the way when you rise in elevation, the angle to the same celestial body doesn't change?
Yeah.
So, yeah, so an airplane over 45 degrees latitude will get a 45-degree angle, just like the Mariner. So what QE is pointing out concerning the horizon is that the horizon, as you raise, the horizon appears to rise with you. It doesn't actually, but it appears to, because it's the Earth, you're seeing further, so the Earth is stretching out in front of you. So the effect is that it appears that the horizon is rising with you. Now, QE is saying, and I understand his point, that that is the cause of the angle not changing to the celestial body. Now, can we show this happening with anything else on the horizon?
No.
Like an airplane or something?
No.
No. It'd be difficult to do that.
Yeah, that's the thing about it.
It's just the, I don't know, to coin a phrase, it's just the majesty of the heavens.
That has no relevation.
No, I think this is worth investigating because it could make a bit of sense, you know.
I know. Just have a star out there and let's try it.
Yeah, the problem is though, you need to be able to do it independent of it, of the celestial bodies. You need to be able to show the same effect independent of that with the horizon.
I want you to measure
Why
it.
would I need to do that? That's not my claim.
What I want you to do is measure it maybe with Polaris. But after you've measured it, can you then deny that it's a measurement and deny that the ground was involved? Can you do that for me? But this is the end, right? With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams. Hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!